Welcome back to the stream. Happy Boxing Day. Hope you all got through Christmas. What day is it? Tuesday. It's Tuesday, isn't it? I'm losing track of time right now. Did you get any wonderful presents? Actually, I need to see where I am. I'm en route to the... oh, God. I'm actually close. I decided to do most of the flying on my own to save you the boredom of me flying over there. But I'm actually closer than I thought I was. So they start nosing down now. You got some socks? I got some pajamas. It's somewhere over here, this place. I decided to go over there in a plane, so I slapped a couple of big tanks on there, some extra fuel, and piped it in. So just basically took our plane, put some fuel tanks on it and a ladder, and that was that. Extra long range. Works pretty well. We got loads of fuel. Hoping it will come into view at some point. Hey Lord Philip, happy Boxing Day to you. Uh-oh, pitched up a bit. You got a toasty maker, and your mum and dad got your new water cooler for your PC. How would they even know? How would your mum and dad know what to buy you to water cool your PC brew hits? I don't understand that. You told them. Oh yeah. That's, in other words, what do you want for Christmas, son? Well, I'd like some water cooling parts. Some what? Oh, here's a list. Okay. I got just what I wanted. You got a new office chair from your dad, a couple of t-shirts from your bro, and your car. A car for yourself. And that's it, really. Oh dear. Oh no, fatty. Being ill at Christmas really sucks. I started descending a bit too soon, I don't know. Let's keep the speed up. Happy Boxing Day, Boeing. Hey Roxy, you sound like pups. Well, look at it this way, Roxy. It's all over now for quite a long time. We've got another year before we have to deal with it again. Woo! I don't mind Easter. I can deal with Easter. I mean, they got cream eggs, right? Easter's fine. You work in the bakery, it's horrible. However, we do have 2 bank holidays in Easter in the UK. Good Friday, Easter Monday, so there is that as well. I guess get a nice long weekend. Mr. Heyman, thank you for 83 months. Hey, Kelly. be up ahead somewhere. Over here. Should show up on the radar. Going to be an IFR approach today into runway 26. I'm staying above these clouds because it's quite mountainous down there. There it is. We have a lock. What's it like to fly in the clouds? It's a bit like being in your car when it's really, really foggy and you can't see anything. It's like that. Genuinely, that's what it is, because it's just water vapor. So get in your car when it's really foggy and you can't see past your bonnet. That's what it's like being in the clouds.
Celebratory bunting.
Good morning, Paul and chat. Happy Boxing Day / St. Stephen's Day. Hope you all had a lovely Christmas.
Yeah, not so bad, Chris. Played some board games, ate some food, had some turkey. We had turkey and pork. The beef wasn't ready because Mrs. Squirrel didn't put it in early enough. So I suspect I'll be eating beef today. Probably a beef sandwich for lunch. To be honest, I barely go to pubs, Jones. Well, it is a slab of beef about that big, so yeah, that'll probably last a few days. But yeah, she put it. I kept saying before like midday. I kept saying, shouldn't you put the meat in? Well, I'll be fine. Anyway, she put the meat in. Too late. So she took it all out at the end, and I went, is that beef cooked, do you think? And she went, I don't know. I said, okay, let me get the temperature probe. I got the temperature probe, stuck it in. The middle of it was 50 Celsius. I went, this isn't going to be cooked. So I cut it open, and there was like red liquid. I was like, that needs to go back in the oven, dear. Well, let's not die today. Stargazer Point. Let's see what the landing situation looks like. Yeah, it was almost still wriggling. Rich B, thanks for 71. I made sure it was daytime, Mustang. I set out when it was dark here. Okay. Has that got a runway? Or is that like a tower? I can't actually see what that is. What the heck am I going to land around here? This is going to be a very interesting landing. It doesn't look very flat. It's a bit hilly. You don't need to land. Do I not need to land? What do I need to do then? Do I just need to be near it? Well, apparently I don't need to land. Oh my god, there's trees everywhere. Okay, so I just flew right over the top of it, and I don't think that mission went off. Where's the mission bar? Mission tracker. Launch a vessel with a lander can and perform a crew observation. Okay, how do I perform a crew observation without leaving? Oh, it's gone IFR on us. 1 second. Click. Control from here. Run crew observation. There we go. Don't know how close we have to be. That didn't work. That did not work. Do I need to land next to it, you think? I reckon I have to actually land. It literally says Stargazer Point, bro. It literally says it on the name. Look, Kerbal Wide Tour, Stargazer Point. I just feel like you have to be landed. Okay. So to the person that said you don't have to land, are you sure about that? Yes, I've got a lander can. Not having it. Launch a vessel with a lander can. The MK1 Explorer. Pretty certain that's a lander can. It worked for the last one. It's not really a great place to land, if I'm honest. Like, pretty much everything's going to result in a fireball. Do you know what? That was so close to working. If it hadn't been for that bounce, I was so close to getting that down. Pull up! Terrain! Terrain! Pull up! Yeah, that one wasn't so close. I hope somebody clip. That was quite good. No, no, no. Oh my god. That goes a tail. We're alive. Okay, we're not dead. That's a good start. We're not taking off, but we're not dead. That's better than the last one. Hang on, let's see. Active vessel recoverable. Can we do it now? It's not ticked it. Something isn't right here. How close do we need to be? Sure, we'd have to land on top of the darn thing. Oh boy. Woo! That was a bit of a stoppie. No, it's saying I've already got the data for the area. For Kerbal or whatever. Okay, I can't get much closer. I'm literally sat on top of it. Is it because Bob is not inside that thing? No, Bob is inside that. Wait, Bob, how are you flying this? Yay! I think I just did it. We just did it. There's bits of plane, but we just did it, I think. Yeah, it's ticked. GG! That'll do. Recover. Mission control. We go. Kerbal wide space tour. 400 signs. Submit. Here we are, the most beautiful view in all of Kerbal. While the Kerbal who named this location is unknown, we do know they were great at names. This historic site has seen the most marriage proposals and breakups in all of Kerbal, and quite a few dance parties as well. Looks like this tour is over. Thank you for joining Sean's Connery Sweepskates tour. We can invite you and your loved ones to get an account and stay fresh. Oh, there's no more of them. Thank you for 61 months, T-Rex. Okay, so that was like a secondary mission that's not generated anymore. Okay, what signs have we got? R&D. Atmospheric, got 521. Is that all? These would generate more science in the plane. Flipping out, that weighs 1 ton. And that weighs 0.05 of a ton. What? 1 ton? I'm not sure if I want to bust all of our science on that. Atmospheric science, but without that, we're losing out on science that we could be getting. We could get this and slap it on the plane and go and do some atmospheric science. However, it wouldn't be useful on the moon. Heavy landings, I really want that though. That would give us the big lander legs. I don't want to commit yet. Let me save the game. Let's see what we need to do. Mission tracking. Nitram, thank you for 8 months. Wait, people are still experiencing Christmas Day right now? Really? Blimey. Are there fuel stations in space? Orbit Kerbal with a X200 Methalox fuel tank. Did we even unlock this? I can't remember. The X264. Accurate orbit. See, in theory, these two could be combined. If you can get that fuel tank up into that orbit, you'll get... Why is there only 35 science? Little Chonka, land on Minmus, land on Duna. Land on Minmus with a mass of over 200 tons. You see, that in itself requires us to have the big landing legs, because if you're going to land with 200 tons, although Minmus is quite a low gravity. Let me check if I've got the X264. I think we got it. There you go. X264. That's that big boy. So the mission would be to get one of those into orbit. And the other mission is to get that into orbit with a docking port of some description. We could perhaps adapt this thing. Yeah, I don't get that, Elimelurka. 35 science is very, very low for a mission like that. I guess it's thinking you'll get bonus science for other things, but yeah, I agree. It's a bit low. For something that's in the tier that you're in, getting to Minimus with 200 tons and getting 35 science seems a bit absurd. I was wondering if KSP2 is worth and has the future now after the updates. It's safe to buy. What are your thoughts? If you look at Steam, you know, that cesspit of reviews on Steam, they have now moved from mixed to mostly positive, I think. There's a general consensus that the science update has redeemed the game to a large extent. There are still those in the camp that believe that KSP2 shouldn't really exist, or that the early access should have come out for KSP2 with at least as much stuff in it as KSP1. A lot of people are still annoyed that they've stripped apart all the things that were in KSP1 and just given us back a piece of what was in it. I don't really sit in that camp. I'm looking more for a game that has started with a fantastic foundation that they can build on, and in a few years' time just have the best space sim exploration construction type game that there is. That's where I'm coming from. So I don't want to see... Thank you. I'm not really into the I'm not really in the camp of wanting a quick victory out of this. I'm more in the camp of wanting a medium-term fantastic game. When the game came out early this year, it didn't perform well and there wasn't much in it. With the science update, they've added lots of interesting science and the game performs way better than it did. It now feels like more like a KSP2. But there's no career mode in it. And the solar system itself is as big as KSP1, but certainly no bigger. Although the planets are a lot more interesting and there's a lot more stuff to do. So whether you want to jump in and buy it now, that's up to you. It really is up to you. Or whether you want to just wait. There is a roadmap you can look at, so you can perhaps look at the roadmap and think, well, I'll jump in here. If you was waiting for science, you've got it. If you're waiting for career mode, you don't have it. If you're waiting for multiplayer, you don't have it. If you're waiting for the whole... I think they talked about colonies and stuff, I don't know. But that's way down the line. Mods are supported. I am running with a few mods as it stands. One of them is called... I can't show it to you. One's called Node Manager. I can't show it to you because I'm not in orbit. 30 quid is okay, 50 quid was steep. Well, your price point is up to you again. I mean, KSP1, when I bought KSP1, I think I paid about £12 for it or something. It was really cheap back then. But things have moved on. I mean, that's like 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean, you can play it for 2 hours and refund it. There is that option. The price will... Is it on sale? I can't remember. I think it's on sale on Games Planet. So if you want to use my link there, what Pups has just done, you get 28% off at Games Planet. So that's pretty good value in my opinion. There's a lot of playability here. I mean, I've been playing it for about 33 hours so far, and I'm nowhere near done. Sometimes I like to think about games in terms of pounds per hour, yeah? Or dollars per hour, depending on your currency. You know, how much time am I going to get out of it versus what it cost, and then divide one into the other. You know, what does it cost you per hour of entertainment? And some people play a game like this for like 1,000 hours. Well, if you charge 50 quid and play it for 1,000 hours, the value scale is fantastic. A lot of people will spend 60 quid on a AAA game, play it for 12 hours, and then never touch it again. So, as ever, it depends on your perspective. Depends what you class as expensive, and it really does depend how much you're going to play the game. SteamDB does that calculation for you in all your library. Lars, I don't even want to look at that, because I've got games that I've bought that I've never played. So my value per hour is 0. Yeah, could you imagine the price of GTA 6 when it comes out? Unfortunately, Jimbo, there is a trend right now where so many games come out into early access. Way more than should, really. They're kind of using early access, not really what it was intended to be used for. It's more of a let me get funding early in the development now. And most developers are going down that road. Just makes the development timeline easier. Okay, so I think what we should do, let's look at the mission control. I think we can have a bit of fun here. Let's try to do these two. So this is get an X200 fuel tank with a docking port. Don't let me forget the docking port. Get that fuel tank with a docking port. It doesn't say whether the docking port has to be connected to the fuel tank or just be part of the vessel. This is badly worded. It says a dockable fuel tank. A splendid idea to pick up a nice low orbit with it and get a dockable fuel tank up there. Strictly speaking, we shouldn't be trying to get that done with that, but I like the idea of it. Because that is actually a really high orbit, to be fair. Maybe I shouldn't try it. Actually, no, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to get this done first. We'll use our current vehicle. And we're going to get a vehicle with a probe core. Let me untrack that a second. A vehicle with a probe core, orbit curb, and altitude of 2,863 kilometers. We have a probe core build, I think. Mimbus probe. This is probably huge overkill for what we're doing. But we may as well just use it and see what happens. Orbit of 2,863. That's what we're aiming for. I presume the orbital speed will come in when we get to that. A 7 Days to Die is a genuine joke. Like, if I had to pick 2 games out of my library that were, this is how to do early access, This is the joke of early access. I would pick Factorio than 7 Days to Die. We're going to go through a pretty high orbit, so I'm going to keep our ascent quite high. We've got an APO of 12,000. But lots of fuel as well. Okay, that's worrying. It just auto-staged again. I'm not down with that. I feel like one of the mods is auto-staging. I've not seen that Zenio, no. I'm going to use whatever rocket fuel I can out of this thing to push this APO right up. Wait for MS 24. I reckon you'll get Nvidia's 4000 series graphic cards around about the time of CES, and then Microsoft Flight Sim and Nvidia will have some kind of DLSS tech ready for when it releases. Right. We're already too high, I think, aren't we? 2,863 kilometers, and down here it shows us in meters. So that is 3,300, so we're a bit high. So we have to bring our orbit down. That's fine, we can just circularize first. Have I got... I don't feel like the mods have loaded. Alt P, no, Alt M, Alt N. There's something weird going on. I think I need to get rid of the mods. That's 330 kilometers. Yes, it is. So I have to be a tidy orbit as well. That's actually off-center quite a bit. Let's go with that initially. Yeah, I've got to get a lot. I've got to circularize Miko and then we'll raise it. I don't even know if we're going to have enough Delta V for all of this. We'll see how we get on. Did you have a good Christmas? Yeah, it was all right. Just time with the family, basically. Opened a few presents, family dinner, played some board games. Watched a movie, played some, what's that game where there's a game where you're like a derpy character and you've got to throw each other off things. We were on a submarine trying to throw each other off a nuclear submarine. It was on the Xbox. What film do you see? We watched Muppet Christmas Carol. It's a bit like Human Fall, but it's called something else. It's a similar concept. I was a gorilla. Is it party animals? Could be. I think it was, yeah. Bob7143. It's just woken everybody up on Boxing Day. Thank you, Bob. 25 subs gifted. How very generous. Thank you, sir. If you just got a sub, please give me a thank you. Thanks for the Squirrel gifts. Refresh your page. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy no ads. And give Bob a thank you. Gang Beast, possibly. 2,863 kilometers are 2,862,000 meters. 2.8 million meters. Yeah, I'm looking at the Apo down here. I'm thinking that's a long way. But, you know, we'll chuck up what we can. Use all this Delta V and see where we can get to. So we want to be roughly here, don't we? I believe that's where we want to be. Let's see if we can get there. Oh, maneuver node controls come up now. How bizarre. Thomas, thank you for 78 months. Yeah, we're looking for 2863 over here on the Apo. Well, I'm assuming, Captain Flint, that when we're at that particular altitude of orbit, we'll have that orbital speed. If we're circular, at some point we'll hit that. If we're truly circular, we'll probably have that speed. If your orbit is not perfectly circular, you'll change speed as you go around, but at some point you might hit 1010. Oh, 2864! You scumbag! That's a scumbag! Oh, now I just messed it up. I accidentally pressed the key. So 863, there we go. Are we going to get it? Two 863. That's an accurate burn right there. Check AP again. It's not guaranteed still on 2863. Probably not. 2844. That's a 2863 with a 2846. So I presume I want a bit more. And then adjust. A bit more. Oh, bingo. How about that? Chances of hitting that node, slim. Taipan, thank you, 57. Another 1 bites of dust. Thank you, sir. And also, thank you for gifting 10 subs, Taipan. If you just got a squirrel gift from Taipan, please give him a thank you. I got a 33-second accurate burn to pull off here. Well, we just done the mission. Look, orbit 1010. Woo! And the best thing is, we've not even took the fairing off the probe yet. Like, we're literally on the middle stage. The upper stage is still here. This rocket wasn't built for this, but it did the job. It doesn't matter, Mustang. It really doesn't matter. I can't recover vehicle, though, for some reason. Why can't we recover vehicle? There's a reason why we can't recover this? Hang on, let me, You need to be landed to recover. We ain't landed this. It has no parachute on it. Fairly certain this is a one-way vehicle. Stay in there then, yeah. Along with the other bits we have flying around. See, default names at an altitude of 740 meters. Like, what's it doing? Just landed on the mountain. Well, we could just go to the tracking station and delete them. Wait, has this thing got any signs it could do? No. I think I put an aerial in it. Yeah, I can go and destroy it. We're going to have to do that. There's nothing we can transmit anyway. Tracking station. As long as we don't revert, we'll be okay. Mimbus probe. Oh. Scumbag. Mimbus probe. Debris. Destroy. So we can't destroy this. Okay. In that case, we'll just deorbit it straight into the ground. You might be able to use it on another later mission if you leave it up there. I mean, you're not wrong. It depends. Well, yeah. Why not? Yeah, let's just keep it. Let's keep it whizzing around. It'll do its thing.
Got some cake?
It's not doing any harm.
Sklhife.
Thank you for the cake, Wallix. Let's go back to mission control. Okay, K stationary orbit. Submit. Fantastic work. Your new satellite now shines brightly above Kerbal, a twinkling new star that never sets. The R&D team seemed especially excited to point their transmitters at the new satellite last night, though I could swear they looked a little disappointed when it was still there in the morning. I think I heard one of them grumble something about wanting to try a particle beam. My guess is it's some kind of very small snack. Thanks, science. Okay, that didn't generate another mission, so I guess we try this one now. So we want a Methalox fuel tank. If we're going to do this, we need to do this properly. We need to get a fuel station in orbit. Now it says go for a low orbit, doesn't it? Pick a nice low orbit and get a dockable fuel tank. I'm thinking... What do you reckon? Like 80k or something? Or do you think a bit higher, like 100? What do we want to aim for with the Rocamax fuel tank? Why 90? Spectre. 100 is my go-to. You say 90 is a good sweet spot. 100 is my go-to normally, but I don't know if you can get away with less. Let's track that mission. So we've got to get a fuel tank with a docking port. Let's get the vehicle. So we're going to want a controller module on it. Let's think. Just start from scratch, actually. The higher is, the more fuel you need to meet up with the tanker. The higher it is, the more fuel we need to meet up with it. Yes, that is true. Right, command and control. That's going to look like a probe of some description. So what does the final stage look like? The final stage needs to be the Methalox fuel tank itself, doesn't it? So it needs to be one of these, which is the X264. Now, if you're going to have a fuel tank in space, you probably want to make it as big as possible. So we want to get that up there with all of its fuel intact, ideally, or most of it. It does need to be dockable, yeah. It doesn't necessarily have to have fuel in it, Beaker, but I'd like it to have fuel in it because I reckon they'll probably give us a mission where we've got to go further away and we need to dock at this thing. That's true, M. Hoffman. It will need some... Well, it might not need the RCS necessarily. Whatever docks to it will need to have RCS. All this needs is a reaction control. As long as you can turn this thing, it doesn't necessarily need to be movable. Or nudge, it might not be able to return to its original orbit. You'll still have your engine on there, in theory. You're going to have some kind of thruster. The real question is how many tanks of fuel do you put on it? Because, you know, you could slap some smaller things on the side. Small to tiny adapter. Slanted adapter. I like it. Might change our colour scheme. White. Doesn't look very white, does it? Oh, that looks angry. I like that. Very angry. Now, you're going to need solar, you're going to need batteries, you're going to need all kinds of stuff on here. Let's just have a look at the control again. Heavily insulated autonomous remote guidance unit designed for small satellites and probes. Comes with an internal battery and antenna, 0.1 ton. Comes with a small battery and antenna. They're roughly the same. One's got more electric charge. Extremely lightweight. I mean, with there's so much fuel around, it won't matter. You're going to need a massive lifter rocket. I know. I am well aware of this. We're going to have to build a beast of a lifter. Now, if I have all the probe stuff on that side, that means we're going to have the docking port connections down here. That's what we're looking at. Or we have the docking port stuff up here. Does the docking port need to be connected to the fuel tank or just to the vessel, do you think? For it to count? That's a big issue, actually. You can't see the mission from here. Does the docking port need to be physically attached to the fuel tank, or can it be further up this thing? Which is kind of where I'd like it to be. What kind of fuel are you going to put up there? Different engines might not be able to get fuel from it. There are different fuels for different engines. Methalox, isn't it, mostly? Yeah, you see, if I connect it to the fuel, I might be better off pouring it on the side then. Docking. The docking port. Clampertron docking port is designed to attach to any other docking port of the same diameter. This includes the shielded inliner Mark II variants. You could, in theory, put it here. Stick it right in the middle of the tank. And you just come in and connect to it. Is that facing the right way? NHS, thank you for 4 years. Happy anniversary. Oh, looks nasty, doesn't it? Spotlight. Flat on curve will never look good. Put 2 for balance. What, 2 docking ports? That's more weight though. I'm thinking that will help with visibility when you're trying to dock to this thing. The trouble is with putting it on the end, Emma Hoffman. If you put it up here, it's not attached to the fuel tank. It's going to be attached to the probes and things. It needs to be the very last thing. If I put it down here, then I've got to then flange around it. And as we know, they're not very strong. And also the thruster needs to go down there, really. Unless we put some kind of different thruster. And is that really a lot of fuel? No, not really. It's got fuel in it as well. And then you could, in theory, start to stick smaller fuel tanks on it if you want to take more fuel. Or if it's going to be a resupply vessel, you could even put RCS on it. You probably need some RCS anyway. They've got 0.2 tons. They've got 0.04 tons. 0.1. Where's the solar array? We want the solar further up, don't we? Now, is there anything we can put between these two that would also serve a purpose? Where's the reaction control stuff? Engines. Stabilizer. How big's that? So that would put a reaction control there. It's a lot of weight for it to move, and it's not in the middle. That's my only concern. But I don't really want to put a... It's half a ton to stick in the middle here. So the other alternative is you stick that bad boy in there. But it is another half a ton of weight, but it would perform a lot better for moving that mass. It's a shame we don't have anything that goes from this size down to this size that's also a bit of extra fuel. Way too big. There's that. It's making it taller than I want though. Structure. Where's the container? What's there's a bit of body that has panels that open up. Do we have that unlocked? Payload, here we go. Fairing. Might need fairing on this thing. Cargo bay. There we go. You could, in theory, stick... Oh, what? There we go. Could put that in the cargo bay. And pack some extra bits and pieces in here, maybe. Lovely. Keeps that nicely tucked away, doesn't it? Now, do we have these pods on the side, or do we do that? That tucks the RCS away, but makes it a bit longer. That would have 0.6 tons of monopropellant. They have 0.2 times 2, it's 0.4, so it's more monopropellant than the two of them. Right, so we've got the probe core in there. What we're missing is solar panels. We've got batteries, we've got a probe core. We just don't have any electrical generation at the moment. We don't have an antenna. I don't know if we'd need one. Probably not. So the real question is, what kind of solar generation do we want to put on there? We have extending solar panels that look like that. They generate... it doesn't say how much that generates, interestingly. As big as you can go, lol. It's just going to sit in orbit. The batteries need to buffer the power when it's round the back of Kerbin. It just needs to have enough power to operate. Retractable solar array. So that would look like that. That's not terrible, if I'm honest. Then you've got this one. This one that looks like that. They've both got 6 power. I like the compactness of this one. What's the range of the probe core without an antenna? I think it was that one. Maximum range 200 megameters. We're only going to be 100k in orbit. That's really not a problem. this one. That's pretty neat. That's really mad, that is. Perhaps too big. 0.04 tons, 0.01 tons. You can have 4 of them for 1 of them. Same with that. That one's a medium. I felt like I just removed something then accidentally. Mick Matter, if you go back in the stream about an hour, I gave a comprehensive answer. I'm not going to go through again. I think I'm going to go with this one. I quite like this one. So I have them sticking out sideways at 90 degrees to the docking ports. Maybe like that. Is cargo bay going to be destroyed by the solar panel? No, because it's going to sit on the RCS. We're not ever going to open this cargo bay. It's never going to be opened for any reason that I can think of anyway. So we just need to do something on top here, I guess. We don't need anything else up there. It feels a waste not having something though. Maybe we could have one of them. So then you end up with this situation here. Which gives you pretty good coverage. Because that might well get destroyed during takeoff. I don't know if that will survive the ascent. But I do know I need to save this. Fuel orbiter 1. Okay, what else do we need on this thing before we start working on takeoff? Does it need RCS thrusters on it? That's the real question here. It is going to need some kind of engine propulsion. We're looking at something that works very well in a vacuum. High speed vacuum 335. That's probably the Terrier's probably the most efficient. Thrust to weight of 0.13. It's arguably not enough. No, because whatever you're docking into should be able to maneuver around the tank. That's what I thought, but somebody mentioned if you nudge it, it won't be able to get itself in orbit, but it will have a thruster on it. Poodle is the most efficient, but what about... what would that give it? That's a 0.47 thrust to weight ratio. The alternative is to use more of these. That's 6 tons in weight. thuds are pretty decent and can fit on the side. The alternative is to do this instead. .61 thrust to weight ratio. Well, it's also probably to get itself into orbit as well, isn't it? Unless something else puts it into orbit. I mean, let's face it, if somebody comes along and nicks all the fuel, it can't do anything anyway. Kodiak, thank you for 25. And this is the real issue with this. A launch escape system, blimey. A solid fuel booster. I like it. You should put a solid fuel booster on it just so that when it's out of fuel, you've got something to just deorbit it with. You know what I mean? Like when everybody's just nicked all the fuel and it's sat there space junk, you've got this solid fuel booster that you can light once in retrograde and just bring yourself down. You can even put it like up here on the top. The last-ish deorbit. The one-shot deorbit. Something like that. Solid fuel up there. 1.5 tons though, blimey. Even that's 1.1. Oh, that looks like a giant toilet brush. The mini booster. The Sepratron. Time to save propel side-mounted boosters from a rocket during decoupling. Should we just go with that? That's going to be our orbital vehicle. So the question is then, we need something that can take that up to 100k and then deorbit itself. Can't you refuel it for further missions if you've got emptied? You can refuel it. You can take something up there and chuck fuel into it. Yeah. So you can do a mission where you go and refuel it, and then another mission where that comes up and nicks the fuel. So I think whatever we need, whatever's launching this is also has its own control module, so that it can deorbit afterwards. Something's got to get this up there, push it mostly into a circular orbit, if not a complete orbit, then detach and deorbit itself. How heavy is it? 46 tons. I think that's it there. 46.41 tons. When it's on Kerbal, I assume. Is that the mass? Yeah. .46 tons of mass. It's going to be a big boy. Right, next thing we're going to need then is probably a stack decoupler if we have one. The arrows are properly aligned to denote which side has the explosions. So that means it's exploding that way? So it's pushing this thing away from it? You need to figure out how much Delta V have for orbit. Then we're going to want something that can control this. Might have to get a little bit clever at this point. No, not playing DRG later, Tommy. Neosad Slime, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. It's slime time, is it? Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the free slime. Welcome. Thank you for noting. Welcome, guys. Right, I'm just trying to work out how best to attach this to this. Let's have a look under structural. Where we go? Payloads. We want adapters, don't we? Dynamics, no. Adapter. I know that thing's pretty weak. We found that out the hard way. Maybe we don't adapt this. Maybe we stick something in a cargo bay. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe what we do, actually, is get a payload bay. Oh, is that the biggest we've got? No! Tiny payload bay. Plug Arthur, thank you for the gift of sub to Starship Power. Yeah, because this already is huge, isn't it? I think we have to stick a control pod on the side of something. It's not something I want to do. And these things are really heavy. And I don't want to have a crew in there anyway. And the largest, we don't have any kind of a probe that's beyond small. What's this? The rover, mate. Remote guidance unit and rover chassis. That's good for a rover. Yeah, but I can't use a cargo bay because the cargo bay is also small. The biggest cargo bay I had was small, and this is medium. That was my plan, was to put the probe inside of an empty cargo bay. We can't do it. I guess we're just going to have to connect this to that via some fairing. Let's see. We're going to have to try something here. If we get one of these... I was struggling to dock my stuff in orbit. I don't know how to use or mount RCS thrusters. You need to have them cover all the axes that you're going to thrust in. That's the tricky bit. So, from what I remember, the best ones are... Where are they? Where's the monopropellant? You want the 4-axis one, which I don't seem to have. You want the 4-axis one that has like 4 nozzles on it, and then you want to point it. You want to have like one of them here, one of them round that side. That way you can go laterally. You know what I mean? You've got to be able to thrust in each direction. 6 different directions. You need a nozzle pointing in 6 directions. Think of it that way. And then you want some down the bottom and then some near the top so that it can also turn itself. Or you can use the reaction control wheel for that. They're on utilities, thank you. This one. So this is like a 4-axis nozzle. So if you put that on there, it can feasibly go up and down, and then as we look at it, up, down, left, or right. But what it can't do is go into the screen and out of the screen. So for that, you'd need to have another one, potentially, like round here. And now, if you want it to go in and out, it will use these thrusters here. And then you need some down here and some up here. And don't forget the RCS fuel. Small, times a small adapter. Yeah, you've got them on the other sides as well. You've got to pair them up. How does this couple to that? How do we get this thing to close up that? Because the largest fairing we have is this, and that's pretty small. Maybe we need some R&D. Medium payloads, maybe we needed this. Airstream protective fairing medium. I think we need that. Cheap reduced mince pies. Lovely. The aerodynamic decoupler. Designed for jets and space planes. Slightly slanted but highly streamlined, adding a really cool look to any aircraft. It's a mid-sized radial decoupler for jets and space planes used to detach spent fuel tanks. The engineers love its sleek appearance. I don't know if I need that one or that one. I have enough for both. Protective fairing and nothing more. Let's get that. Whoa. I want to click on that arrow, and it won't let me. Doesn't like that. Let's try going out a little bit. That's clipping, isn't it? Doesn't like that second part. Can you move chat on the screen? It's over the building tab, so it's hard to read. Where do you suggest I put it? Because, like, it needs to be on the left somewhere, really, because all the text is left justified. Appreciate what you're saying, but honestly, I can't think of a good solution. You've got the medium cargo bay now. That'll fit right into the decoupler. Medium cargo bay, this one. What do you mean fit into the decoupler? Yeah, but you've then got left justified text sat on the right side. It's going to look a bit odd. The decoupler might be instead of the fairing. Which one are you talking about? It's not having it. Will it take that? No. So that has to come out. And then it'll take that. So then will it take... If it's bigger than that, will it take it? Ah. As long as it's bigger than the target drum, it's fine with it, interestingly. Right, so we just need some kind of beast now to get this thing up. I don't know, mate. I honestly don't think there's anywhere to put it. I could put it there, but that's just going to sit on top of the nav ball in a minute. You know, it's positioned for launch, not for building. There's just nowhere good to put it. Put it behind me. Put it above me like that. How's that? Is that freaky enough? Yeah, so in a minute, when I go to fly, you'll say to me, can you move the chat because it's in the wrong place? I don't know, Egregious. I think it's an issue for one person. Bozo, thank you for 73 months. Twitch Sam, thank you for 37. No, you can still see my face because I'm sat on top of the chat. See, I can literally reach up and touch chat now. Look. Look, sugar glider dude, I can touch your words. Look. Right, do we want SRBs or do we want solid rocket boosters? Sorry, do we want SRBs or do we want asparagus, this bad boy? Where's the mainsail? We're going to need mainsail for this. I have absolutely no chance of taking off. Kerbin atmosphere. 1.06, that's actually better than I thought, to be honest. Asparagus, is that the electronic version of asparagus? Yeah, Royant, if you just put yourself at the bottom of the chat, I'll give you a little tickle there. Right, let's get the decouplers going. Radial decoupler. It's a 1.6 thrust to weight ratio. 1300 delta V though. Nowhere near enough. Thank you for 8 months, Royant. I can't reach now. We're gonna need... what are they? 24 tons. Big boy. It's a big boy, that is. I've also got these, the poodles, we could chuck in there instead. Although they're not very efficient in an atmosphere. Skipper, not a bad engine. Max thrust 525, max thrust 1,381. What's the combined thrust to weight? 2.25, okay. .35. It's not really enough, is it? 1.35 thrust to weight ratio is not a great deal. Particularly when you start putting more tanks on top. Game's being a bit laggy. That's a 1.93 thrust to weight ratio, 2,500 delta V. That's a quite a high delta V. So what if we have some more fuel tanks? Thank you, Orange Bird. Come on. Can I have some frames? I broke the game. Literally 7 FPS then. Oh, what's that? So you got all 3 engines, 1.81 thrust to weight ratio. And then we just basically fuel line that in. It's under utility. Where's fuel line? Under fuel? There it is. Fuel line that back into the main tank. Where's the thermal ground aerodynamics? Nope, too small. Where's the big... Oh god, don't tell me we don't have a lid for this. I'm just going to save this because I've got a feeling the game's going to crash in a minute. I need a lid for these things. I don't think I have them. I think I need medium aerodynamics to put the caps on it. No good. This is so tall. This will never take off. R&D. What would it be? Don't tell me you can't even get it. I can't take off like that. Where's the medium aerodynamic cap? Step it down and put a cap on it. I'm going to have to. It's outrageous. Fuel tanks. Right, medium to small. Do that with it. And put a cap on that. There we go. What are we looking at now? 1.71 thrust to weight ratio. Some extra fuel in here. Do you think it'll... Do you think it'll drain them all? Or will it, like, drain these first? That's my only concern. Like, how can I tell it? I want you to drain these things. Better off with side boosters than those little tanks. I mean, we... I like the fun of this. Plus, we're putting fuel back in here, you know? Anyway, so that would decouple them. Then we'll decouple them. At that point, we decouple them. We keep going until we get to the point where we want to separate. Well, that's the fairing, which will go. Then we'll separate at some point, and then we're into main. I've just noticed those tanks aren't in line with the red and white lines at the bottom. That's bugging you. I feel sorry for you. Right, we need to do some stabilization now. I think what we'll do is we'll go with some medium stabilizers perhaps down here. Game! The game's just lagging now. 4 of them. Keeps it nice and solid. Put some small ones up here maybe. That's no good. We don't want anything there, do we? We don't want anything near the docking port. That would be bad. It's going to have to be on the launch bit. There you go. Right, I think we should just give it a test launch and just see what happens. I've got a feeling it'll probably fireball, but okay, I didn't start that countdown. Didn't do anything, it just did it itself. Well, the good thing is, it got off the ground. And it's not dead yet. Where's the resource mission tracker? Don't know what's going on with the fuel in that one. See, it's kind of draining these tanks in a very strange, universal way. And I can't see all the tanks. Like, where are these tanks? That one. That one's empty. Hang on, if that one's empty, we could chuck it away. Oh boy. Steady on the... Okay, so the really scary thing is I've already got a 184 Apo. That's insane. And I've still got 1100 Delta V left. And to even circularize at this point, we're looking at 1200 Delta V. And that's gone way higher than I needed it to go. So I'm wondering, and can I just say, for a first launch, that wasn't bad. That's literally untested. That thing got up and would have easily orbited. Easily. But I don't know if we need these tanks here at all. I think we could probably... Since we're only going for 100k, we could probably get away without these. So, what would that give us? 1.82 thrust to weight ratio. Don't worry, Ryan, it will happen. Why has it got a stage here? It's got that, then get rid of them. Do you know what? I think I'm going to... 3 FPS. I'm just going to save this, and I'm going to quit the game. I'm going to save the game, actually. I'm going to quit the game a second. And I'm going to try removing those mods Because I've just got this feeling that those mods are causing some problems. Put this over here. Now I've got to work out Bepinex. I'm going to need to get rid of that, don't I? Bepinex. Pull that out of there. I think that should do it. If I just pull Bepinex out, that should do it. I will blow something up, right? To be fair, we've already blown up a plane this morning. Single player. Load that. It's a weird name. It's a mod manager for Unity. Okay, right. So, assuming then this thing could actually be put into space. Now we're at the point of what else do we need to add on to it? Because once we put it in orbit, we're pretty much done. We know the lights are probably not going to work initially. We're not going to put RCS on there. We do have an RCS tank, but we don't have RCS thrusters. We could put some little lights on there that we'll never see. Little dome light. Make it like green or something. You could do with lights on it. They always look cool with lights on. More boosters, lol. Narrow beam spotlight, navigation light. Okay, docking connector. I know, pups. Fuel orbiter is out of EC. Oh no. Why do I have no electrical power? I've just drained all electric... Really? 1 second. Why is it not plugged in on the launch pad? Right, have we got enough juice for a launch? Is that enough to kickstart the engines? Let's put that away. Right. Let's go. I have literally never had that before in this game, ever. I found you by searching for no one searches tags. It's exactly what I was looking for. Nice one, Zint's house. Oh, Captain Flynn. Oh, it's a bit shaky now. That's interesting. It never did that before. What the heck? Okay, something weird going on with that. I feel like the physics didn't initialize, like the whole thing just shook itself to death. Fuel orbiter 1. Load that back in. That's weird. The only thing it did was took some fuel tanks off and put some lights on. Nah, Beaker. We've took engines away. Took fuel away. Yeah, it was some weird physics bug. Cranky Fire, thank you for 11 months. Happy Boxing Day to you. I've launched. My speed is way too quick. I've wasted fuel. Maybe I should have asparagus the outer tanks in. Because I shouldn't really have all these engines at this point. They should have been ditched a while ago. What the? What? I don't have enough Delta V, basically. Okay, well that answers that one. It's basically saying with the amount of Delta V you've got, you can't even make an orbit out of that. Which means what we need to do is we shall fuel line the outer tanks in to them. Mwahaha. You gotta get a little crazy. When in doubt, bring extra fuel. Right, what are we looking at? 1 1.71 at the bottom there, that's fine. Separate the outer tanks. Separate those tanks and engines. Separate the fairing. Job done. Good afternoon, Irish Stitcher. So we should see a big difference in these tanks now. These outer ones should drain quickly. And then these a bit slower, and then these slower still. That's what should happen. That's not what's happening at all. That's not all the tanks anyway. Lights don't work. When can I ditch the outer tanks? Throttle back for max Q. Oh, it's doing the thing again. The physics. The physics are gone. Look, it's just shaking itself to death again. Look, it's like completely separated all over. It doesn't like something. It does that on first flight sometimes, I've noticed. I have indeed noticed. I think it's a bug. I removed all of them, Shadowstorm. Manager, method locks. His outer tanks are gone already. Blimey. Are you serious? What, you reckon that they were empty when I put them there? Is that what you're saying? Delta V just went up quite a bit when we ditched those engines and tanks. Ah, the lights broke. That's so annoying! It looks so good with lights on. Please fix the bug. Don't think we're having off Delta V again. Need more tanks. got 1500 Delta V. Oh, we get most of it. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. What are we looking at? That's a bit... Trying to get it nearer to 100 as I can. Oh, scumbag. Okay, let's go with that. We'll get that one to 100. This is on 97. We'll correct it. Point to the maneuver node. Oh my god, it's going to take a lifetime to turn. Are we pointing to the maneuver node? Yes, we are actually. Whew. Here we go. Yeah, there's another stage left as Intel, but I don't need it yet. We can remove the fairing. This thing should have enough fuel left to deorbit itself. That was the plan, but whether it will, I don't know. I don't think it will, actually. We might have to transfer some fuel before we separate. It's either that or we stop short and let that thing finish itself. We're putting a large fuel tank into a 100k orbit, Ryan. That's the mission. We don't have enough Delta V. Wait, that's done the mission. That's insane. That's done the mission. We have 400 Delta V left. We wouldn't need much to, okay. That's on 102. That's on 97. So let's bring this one up. I don't know which one is the mission. Which one is the maneuver node? I don't know. I'll have to do that so I can find it. There we go. This is really hard to do. Right there. There you go. How about that? 102k. That's fine by me. That'll take 4 Delta V to get them at 102k. Now what we could do, we could pop these panels. Oh. Very nice. If only the lights worked. We'll put that out just to keep the power on until we get round to the maneuver node. And then we'll close it again. Okay. We got 4 delta V out of this. This is going to be very difficult. I will take that. That's a 300-meter difference over an entire orbit. 102k, that'll do. Okay, which means we're now on to the next bit, which is trying to stage separate these without breaking the whole thing. Let's put the... If we bring the fairing down here and the separator to there... Apparently if you quick save and reload it fixes the lights issue. You've read it online. We'll try it in a sec, sir. Right. If I separate that now, it should knock the fairing off. There goes. There goes the fairing. If I separate again, it should separate these two. Do I need to transfer any fuel before we do that? Once we separate, is there enough delta V left in that thing to deorbit? That's the question. I guess we'll find out by trying it. Okay. We have separation. We now have 2 spacecraft. That one that's now in orbit. And this one that we can rotate around. Can we rotate? Probably not, because the reaction wheel's probably on that one. Yay! It'll slowly turn. This one can get the panels out. Yeah, this is going to turn anyway. It's going to take its sweet time, but it'll get there. The main question is, does it have enough delta V? Actually, looks like it's not really turning. It's slowly turning, I think. Yeah, I think it is physically slow. It's physically turning. Funnily enough, you can only make it work when you're in normal speed. If you start to speed up time, it cancels the very slow rotation. What's weird is how that separator is connected to that probe head. The probe core has a reaction wheel, but it's too small. Yeah. As long as it's enough to point us retrograde, that's all we need. And we need to not run out of electric current. This one's doing okay. So this actually has a full fuel tank on it. Look at that. 37 tons of fuel sat here. Sat in a 100k orbit. Whether we'll ever get back though, I don't know, because it's been a long time since I tried to orbit and dock. This is almost points in retrograde. Okay, here we go. I'm not exactly sure what just happened then. Favorite Christmas present this year? Box of Maltesers. For some reason it's kind of turned around to point prograde, even though I've told it to point retrograde. I'll tell you what, that does look good. They've even got like an atmospheric halo going on. Look at that. Yeah, I'm just going to wait till it spins around Beaker, then I'm just going to give it a little tap on the engines. But it's already in a 69k orbit. It'll be fine. We've got loads of Delta V. It's almost got periaps here. There you go. It's done. It's toast. It's going down, whether it likes it or not. Fuel orbiter. I can't right click on that, can I? Tracking. Oh, tracking station. Fuel orbiter 1. Now, will this have enough power to get through the night? That's the real question. 630 charge should be enough. Lights are still broken. Let's get that other one crashed into the ground. I want to watch this fireball when it comes back in. It's got a bit crazy. I think it's hit the atmosphere. Surely this should start burning up now. It's out of electric current. Oh no. $20,000 meters and it's still not hit the atmosphere. This is weird. There it goes. I want to see how it handles it. 12,000 meters. Look at the speed though, it's slowed right down. It's only doing 500 meters a second somehow. There's something very strange about the aerodynamics of that ship. It's managed to decelerate itself down to 300 meters per second, which is definitely bugged. Which does explain why, even when you deorbit vehicles, you quite often find them in the tracking station, just sat on the ground. They didn't burn up on re-entry like this one. Land it, I've got no control over it. There's no electricity. But those fins have basically made it stable. Like, without any braking whatsoever, it's down to 56 meters per second. It is basically flying. It could have been recovered. Bizarrely. Well, the ground's coming up real fast now. How do we say your name, sir? Olcasemester? Thank you for subbing. Welcome. Sorry if I butchered your name. Right, 300, 200 meters. Can't see the ground annoyingly. Oh god, it's here. There it goes. It hit the water. It's recoverable? What? This thing just fell from 100,000. 100,000, what, meters was it? Yeah, 100k. It just fell from 100k without any power, and it managed to glide itself fully intact into the water without a parachute. Just nuts. That is a Christmas miracle. And we got to recover it. What's up in the tracking station? The fuel orbiter's still up there. Wow, we got the whole thing back. Can't believe it. Okay, let's go to mission control. Right. 35 science. Whoa. What are we going to splash all that on? That mission was a lot harder than 35 science worth of reward, in my opinion. You did it in record time. Did you notice my new glasses? They're the same shape as the old ones, but more expensive. I hope the Rocamax CEO becomes again. She seems to like the type to notice little things. Speaking of little things, there was a lot of fine print in that legal that didn't read within the Rocamax contract, of course. You know my eyesight is terrible. Fuel station is in orbit now, so there's no backing out. What does in perpetuity mean anyway? That's not led to a follow-on mission. Interestingly. Little chonker. It wants us to land a vessel on Mimbus with a current mass of over 200 tons. And the only thing we'll get is 35 signs. Is it me or is it being a bit stingy with our signs? Oh, do you know what? If we need the heavy legs to land that 200-ton monster, I won't be able to get it. Well, I would have thought a follow-up mission would have been go and dock with the fuel station. Like, just dock with it as a mission. Yeah, we can go to Juna. I'm just wondering if there's any other signs we can get, like with that, maybe. Atmospheric survey. See, we could put that on the plane and fly around Kerbal a little bit and get some science from it. But I don't know how much we'd get to make it worth 300. Juna has atmosphere. If Juna has atmosphere, then we should get that. And go to Juna and grab the... Because that will give us extra science, won't it? Atmospheric stuff from Juna must... Yeah, we'll get that. I think we'll get that. See if we can get over to Juna. Let me try sticking this on the plane and see if we can get any science around Kerbal. Where's my little plane? No, but it's going to be bonus science, isn't it? Where is it? Little sniffer. Did we put a cargo? What's that one? We'll put it back here. Nighttime, you say? I don't think so. Right, so look, we've got science here. What did we get? Anything? Crew observational, environmental data, environmental sample. Oh, is this the one that you have to fly around for a while? I think you have to fly this around for a bit to get it. Take it. What is going on? The plane's just decided it's got a reverse gear. That's amazing. Oh, yeah, it's still going backwards. I'm literally doing nothing. I don't even know what it's doing. I'm just a passenger. Is the atmospheric thing... Oh, God. That doesn't look good. Okay, so that was properly weird. Let's launch that again. At least Bill's actually in the cockpit this time, which is always a bonus. Right, how does this thing work? Run atmospheric survey. Kerbin grasslands. Hang on a minute. Let me go over the water. Maybe that's a different thing. Kerbin water, there you go. Run survey. 2 minutes. Right, so I've got to fly over the water for 2 minutes, and then there's grasslands and there's some hills over there. I might be able to get them as well. Let's see how much science we get. It looks a bit like a Harrier jump jet, but without the jump jets. That's almost 1 minute done. Can we speed this up? Turn around now. Start heading back. Yeah, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. What do we get? We got 28 science, 12 data, 28 science. Oh, we got samples. Interesting. Okay. So if we get over the grasslands, we might get more science for it. It's not a lot, but that might be worth more on Juno. Can you put stage on it? Yep. Yeah, you can easily drop tanks. Absolutely. Well, I need to get access to that thing. Kerbin water still. Let's go over there. It looks like grassland. Yeah, Kerbin grassland. But is this going to be Kerbin hills? Or will this still count as grass, I wonder? Of course, if I get it back and land it, I'll get all the signs. You mean Tim? Not found Tim yet, no. Did you see our great splashdown last mission straight from space to sea? That was amazing. Straight from space to sea with no parachutes. That's impressive. We didn't need heating, it was a probe. No electricity. Wait, paused? What do you mean paused? Resume. We're in the Highlands. What? This is not the Highland, you scumbag game. How is this the Highlands? Lack of stellar exposure. You sure about that? This is the long range plane. What? 72,000 Delta V. Oh, come on, game. That's the only problem with this mission, is trying to keep in the right zone, and you can't see the zone boundaries. Seconds. Okay, we got that science. Might as well grab this. Right. The Highlands survey. Scotland. Get it done. Cool. Right, let's get that back. Impious, thank you for 95 months. Top quality streaming, thank you. Come on, down you come. Trimming this thing is so tricky. Really tricky to fly with keyboard as well.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard, retard, retard.
Thank you, Captain Flint. It is tricky to fly with keyboard. The controls are so finicky. Trying to decelerate without it doing a nosy. Man, the cheese breaks. Okay, let's get that science back. Recovered vessel. Research. Doesn't show the research we got. Man, 7.9 G. Oof. $276. We got a little bit more. Okay. Let's do the mission to Duna. Mission control. Duna monuments. Let's track that. So, if we can get there, we'll get 2,000 signs. A signal's been detected. We don't know why or how. The only answer is keep following the trail. Let me bring up my Delta V planner to Duna, which shows us that's a lot of Delta V. Oh, do we want to get back from Duna? That's the question. Let's say we want to land, which we do. Let's say we want to return. Are we going to use any error braking? That's the question. If we use error braking, we can get it down to 8,250 Delta V. Yikes. And if we don't use error braking, 13,000 Delta V. Holy moly. That's a lot of Delta V, eh? $8,250 Delta V. And it's, we haven't really got much choice here because the other option is this one, and that hardly gives you anything. Or you could go to Minmus and get more science somewhere else, maybe. Good thing got a fuel tank in orbit. Yeah, I'd have to dock with that. That's an expedition in itself. Right, we could load the fuel orbiter 1 and repurpose it. That's what we could do, because we've got a nice big launcher here. I don't think I have nuclear. And besides, we need to take somebody with us, don't we? Because the mission itself... Actually, I don't know if we do. Find the source of the mysterious signal. I think we've got to take a crew member to it, I assume. That was the moon lander. Minmus probe. Moon lander looked like that. I think it's about the moon lander now, as we actually have a better ladder we could use as well. We're using the widest fuel tank, I wonder. Here we are. We've already got the parachutes, so we could just repack them and come back, couldn't we? What's this? Let's see. That stage here has 4,200 Delta V. Now you need... I reckon you need about 6,000 to get there and back, you know. That is not enough Delta V. I think this upper stage here is going to need a lot more fuel than that. Also, it needs an atmospheric thingy in it. Does this have a cargo bay? I can't remember. There's a science module. Talk. What's that? That's a fuel tank. I'm going to need something wider and fatter for this. So it's a really quite tall vehicle, this. We want it to be stubby, really. It's easier to land. And we also need a cargo bay. We can put some stuff in the cargo bay. Where are the batteries? Is the battery on here? Is that the battery? Yeah. So we can actually stack batteries inside a cargo bay along with the atmospheric tester thing. So I'm thinking, let's get rid of all that stuff for now. Get rid of the lights. Game won't let me select stuff. Okay. Can you just width KSP2? Width of what? Mr. Henk, thank you for 70 months. I'm back watching, busy with other stuff, now at home with COVID. Couldn't celebrate Christmas listening to some soothing British voices, nice. Also KSP, I like rockets. You stay tucked up in bed. Slanted medium to small adapter. So you can't side mount that. Interesting. Medium. It's a chunky fuel tank. Might make the whole thing a bit too wide, but I like the amount of fuel. Whether that would land on June or not, I don't know. We could have disposable fuel tanks, possibly. Ones that we could chuck away when we don't need them. All this kind of size. Perhaps if we went like 4 of them. And then chuck them on there. Game. Game's being a bit weird. I think the mid won't be enough to get you back. We also need something to get us there, though, and land us there. Right now, I'm struggling to... There we go. What? Thinking more like this kind of style. But not with that engine, possibly. What is that? That's a poodle. Which is... What's a poodle is there? Max thrust. And a vacuum. It's a very good vacuum engine. Not so good with atmosphere. Whereas that one's a better all-rounder. The Thud's pretty good in both atmosphere and vacuum, which is kind of what you need. Because you're going through space, landing on Juno, which has an atmosphere, then getting back off and back through space. So this is better for that. 0.8 tons compared to 1.75. So two of these would give you... It's actually... Two of them is better than one of them, to be honest with you. Go away. So a couple of them chucked on the side of this. Game, you total scumbag. How's that? No, completely wrong. Small vacuum is on the small tanks for efficiency before Juno. These are pretty good in a vacuum. 305 ISP is pretty good in a vacuum. There's not a lot much better than that. See it? So I don't think we need anything else. We've had booms today. Don't worry about that. So then we want aerodynamics, nose cone. If we've not got the nose cone that points inwards, that one, that's the one. The question is, what is the thrust to weight on that? Let me check that. Two engines, 0.58 Kerbal vacuum. Let's go with Juno. Okay, so on Juno, that does a 1.94. 1.94 thrust to weight ratio on Juno. And in a vacuum, 4,800 delta V, roughly. So that thing will operate quite happily on Juno, according to the maths. Bullet Boom Boy, thank you, 58 months. Of course, it needs landing legs and lights and RCS and all that good stuff. Also, I think I might have to move the RCS slightly. Because the problem is... Oh, that's annoying. We're going to have to move these slightly. We actually want the engines to be... What the camera? That's it. Because I want the RCS to line up with this lot on the same axis as the engine. Right, landing legs. Yeah, we need a cargo bay. Good. The landing legs, we've got two choices. We either stick them... Actually, I think we should be fine for landing legs. I think we can sneak them in under here. Yeah, we can. That's fine. We'll stick them there like that. Clips into the tank, that's the problem. I can move the tank up a little bit. But it will raise the center of mass, won't it? I don't know if I want to do that. So you could put the landing legs on here, but then when they get jettisoned, we'll have no landing legs. Or we squeak them around to here. Oops. You think I might need more than 4 landing legs for such a big rocket? What's the mass of this thing? It's only 49 tons. On Duna. Hang on a minute, wasn't that mission to Minmus? We had to get there with like 200 tons, and this thing's only 49. Blimey. I don't like the asymmetry of that. Put 2 engines and 2 legs on the engines. Yeah, I might have to do that. Stick 2 like this. The only issue with this is we have to get them at the same height. Trying to eyeball it. When you decouple the 4 outer tanks, I'm not sure. I am not actually sure. Okay, we need electrical spotlights. I've been on Anno 1800, haven't played it. Cargo bay. Bin. Put in the bin game. Thank you. That can go on there. That can go back on there. That can go back on here. Might need to pipe the outer tanks and the middle tanks. They might not drain enough through the decouplers. I don't know if I want them to drain. That's the problem I have, Costel. I did think about that, and I was thinking to myself, do I want to drain these into here? And I thought, well, actually what I want is, like, if we land with them intact, we have more weight, but we also have more stability. Having some fuel further out helps. If we pull it all into the middle, I just don't know. I don't know yet. Also, potentially, we can replace these with 4 chutes as well, which gives us a lot of slowdown. Right, so we can get rid of. I think we can reduce the height of this thing by getting rid of that battery and dumping it in here, and possibly putting some RCS tanks in here. That's a 200U charge in there. That's 400 for one of them. Only on one. It's quite a big battery. That's a 200 charge battery, so that would sit in there, replace that one. And then we could put RCS in there as well, possibly. Maybe some of them. Not too big. Some of them. Options, Matty, I don't know, mate. So that's the electric and that's the monopropellant. They can both go, but we have to mount the solar somewhere. You do need plenty of parachutes. These are effectively landed on Kerbal parachutes, but we can also use them to go into Juno, but they won't be enough to land this thing. We'll need some more probably here. So you can't mount the solar panel onto that thing. Presents a little problem. I don't know if I want extended solar panels or not. Can use a Kerbal to repack the chutes. Let's hope so. Because if we can't, we're in trouble. So it's a choice here between having constant electric charge or having deployable charge that's bigger. No 0.013 tons. 0.001 tons. 0.010 tons. 1 by 6, 1 by 6. What is the difference between that and that? That's an OX4L, and that's an SP4L. One's retractable. Oh, is one of these not retractable? They're both retractable. They literally both retract. Yeah, one goes into a box and one doesn't. And you know what's really strange is they both weigh... Oh no, they don't. That one weighs slightly more than that one. I guess that means that's better protected. We do not guarantee its safety if you EVA into one. Use it outside of an atmosphere as far away from clumsy Kerbals as possible. Extremely lightweight and fragile. Cannot be retracted once deployed. Whoa. Can be retracted in dangerous situations. That one's unretractable. The non-retractable solar panel. Retractable solar panel. Can it be retracted? That's unretractable too. That one can be. .01, literally the same size, just different layout. Okay, we'll be fine like that. Yeah, so the boxed ones can be retracted, is the upshot of all that. Drogue. No. Will those 2 drogues be enough to slow this down enough for the main chutes to deploy? That is the question. They are not going to go on. Yes, they are. So we can put these parachutes on there, the drogue ones, and slow it down for the main chute, but will that main chute carry the whole thing? Hmm. Perhaps we should have 2 drogues and 2... Doesn't feel like 1 parachute is enough. Let's put it that way. Maybe what we could do... Let's put 2 more chutes here. So that way we've got 6 drogues and 3 main chutes. I don't think they have engineers in this Costel. Well, at least not yet. Well, we'll find out, Beaker. It's only an assist anyway. We're going to get all the free air braking we can, and then we'll be into powered landing. The main question is, do we or don't we fuel link these pipes? What on earth did that just do? What kind of janky madness is that? What's going on? Okay, it seems to be happier down there. Although it's only put it on one of them. This could be the deciding factor. Okay, it feels like if you try to make the thing too short, it tries to connect it to the wrong object. Okay, that's the proposed Juno lander. It has RCS thrusters. Is that the reaction wheel? Where's the reaction wheel? Where's the reaction wheel? It may not have one. That's the science, that's the pod. I don't think it has a reaction wheel. Torque, there it is. SRW. Okay. It has a main chute on top. It has another 2 main chutes here. It has 4 drogue chutes and 2 drogue chutes there. So 6 drogue chutes, 3 main parachutes. It has 4 outside tanks that are detachable, which are fuel fed into the main tank. It has 2 engines, which are good for Juno. It has 4 landing legs. Batteries, RCS are inside the cargo bay. Lights. I mean, it has these lights. It has fuel connectors that are not needed. Look close to the external tanks. What are these? Okay. I'm guessing the game... What the... Is that what the game left behind? Weird. I'm assuming that whoever's flying will be able to RCS up to there because there's no actual ladder. I think the gravity is low enough on Juno that you can. We have a science module, I believe. Yes, we have a science module. We didn't put the atmospheric thing in there. We didn't put one of these in there yet, which is annoying. Because now the cargo bay is actually full. Because I put the battery in there. We can probably glitch one in, to be honest. Now, I think this is where there's a big difference between KSP 1 and 2, if I'm correct about this. With KSP 1, if I'd have put this thing in this part of the ship, and this part of the ship does not come back completely to Kerbin, because we detach it here, and the heat shield is there, we would lose the science on board this thing because it would be on a different vessel. But in KSP2, I believe all the science units share the science. So, the science collected from this would then be present on the science junior unit. It would have kept all the data from that, I believe. However, the sample itself would not, I don't think, be kept on here. The science might be on here. The sample, sorry, of the atmosphere. Which means if we throw it away, if we keep it in here, we'll lose it. This bit would have to be above that separator. And that's a bit of an issue. Unless we want to put a radial one on there. We could, if you transmit the science, you only get half of it. Data and sample is stored on the command module in KSP2. No science part itself is in KSP1. Right, so that means I can, in fact, put this thing in here and not care about losing it. Why is it drawing them outside? What? Why have I got RCS tanks outside? What is that? I'm alright with 4. What the? Okay, that's a drawing glitch. I didn't actually do anything. It was just a drawing glitch. I need to save this as something. Juno Lambda, potentially. Now we're going to have to put a... We're going to separate there actually. So this whole launch stage may be complete nonsense. Oh my god. I have 1 FPS right now. Game, please. I picked that up and I have 1 FPS. Put it down, put it down, put it down. Okay, what if I try and connect? No, it literally doesn't like this. Game go boom. Nope, game's not gone boom. I don't think it's a part limit. I think it's confused about something. I think I might just rebuild the lower stage. Oh, it's on times 6. Yeah, could be that. Let me undo. Let me reduce the to 1. Yeah, that's what it was. Because the symmetry was on 6 when I selected it. It was just going absolutely nuts. Interesting. Well, that's an interesting design. Also, there's no no fins on this thing, which there probably needs to be. Could put some on the small tanks, but we're going to need something else as well. Actually, once we're on Juno and we ditch these, it doesn't really matter. It would help. Grid fin, both drag and steering ability to an aircraft. Very intentional part was no way inspired by a faulty air brake. Do you reckon grid fins might be useful on Juno? I think they might. Presume they have to be deployed at some point. What if you pack grid fins onto here? On the basis that once these are detached, we can use them. Like once these are separated, we can deploy the grid fin. Assuming that these have gone before we try to land on... Perhaps a bit too big for this part. These will help with the ascent a little bit. So we've got little fins there, big fins here. Let's see what we're looking at. So we've got SRBs, we've got main engine, that gives us a 1.36. Is that on full power? Yes, it is. Quite heavy. They separate away from the main, and then that activates those two thrusters. Man, you haven't said that. 1500 Delta V. .2, yeah, that's not enough. Not enough. Not by a long way. We need a lot more Delta V than this. We're going to need more power. It might be better, I don't know. Maybe like 2 SRBs and then 2 thrusters feeding fuel, maybe, I don't know. We need something bigger than this, I know that. Let me save that. Take that off there a second. Time for the Falcon Kerbal to make an appearance. I think you're right. I think it's time to go big or go home. I think we're going SquirrelX heavy here. If you plan to use the parachutes on the top side tanks, you need to keep the tanks attached so that you won't be able to deploy the grid fins. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you do have a point, though. I can't argue with that logic. If I want to be able to use those chutes, I need these tanks. Which means I can't use the grid fins. And what's your solution to that, Costel? So instead of throwing problems, why don't you throw solutions, eh? That's what management always say. Don't give me problems, give me solutions. Why are you connecting though? Seriously. You want to be up there to do it, I see. I see. Of course, now we run into the I don't have any medium. Where's the adapters? Coupling. No. Adapter. No. Size. That one. Yeah. Medium. Aero. Medium. There we go. Move the fins somewhere. Where's the somewhere, though? Where's the somewhere? That's the magic thing. Maybe we just don't have grid fins. There's my solution. Right, we've got that. Then we've got this. Now, what engines do we put on the bottom of this? That's the question. 500 and skipper engines. What does 4 skippers look like? Right, 4 engines plus 4 SRBs plus a mainsail. 0.96. You kidding me? Nope. All of that's 0.96 thrust to weight ratio. Oh my god. Well, yeah, according to this, they're all firing at the same time. Look, 4 SRBs plus 5 engines. All of that firing is 0.96. 0.84. More accurately. Okay. Well, you know what that means. 5 mainsails. Wait, is that a mainsail? That doesn't look like a mainsail at all. That's not a mainsail in there. Put back the skippers. No, you stupid thing. 4 of them. Thank you. Where's the SRB's gone? 1.14. Get in. Thrust limited SRBs, that's why. 100%. 1.27. 100% throttle. 100% throttle. Yeah, that's a 1.27 in a Kerbal vacuum. 1.11. It does bug me, the staging. It first of all, like, you do one thing and it'll move stuff around and it'll revert back to vacuum. It's like, stop it. I'm clearly going to want to take off from Kerbal. I guess we're just too heavy. Okay. So what's the answer to that? The answer to that is more SRBs. Right, 4 outer SRBs. Need to go up there. Come down here. 1.33. You're actually serious game. 1.33. Thrust to weight ratio. Then the outer SRBs will go. Then the inner SRBs, where you will go. Then the outer fuel tanks will go. They're jettisoned at some point. What's that? Final. Okay, now the only thing is we're going to want final up here somewhere. Game. All the parachutes. I've not put 5 mainsails on there now. I refuse to do that. Now, one last thing. Okay. Game says no. Literally can't connect it. Game says no. Right, so obviously we've not got any struts on here whatsoever. which means it's probably going to fall apart on takeoff. But, you know, stuff might blow up. We'll see. Yeah, that looks solid. Physics says no. Success! Great success. Wait for it. You see? Sometimes the physics just initializes in the weirdest way. Prediction. Right. Prediction, right. How high... I'm going to do a prediction for you. How high will the rocket go? Then we'll have... Let's have 1,000 meters. Let's have 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, and then we'll have 100,000 meters, and then we'll have orbit. Okay? They're going to be your options. Confirm. Go. Okay. You can do a prediction now, I think. There you go. How high will the rocket go? 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 50,000 and 100,000. I'm going to take it to the nearest meter. You got 20 seconds. Whatever the altitude says, that's what we'll go. Actually, it should be wherever we reach on the Apo. Assuming we don't get orbit. Well, let's just say 1,000 meters and under. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Okay, got 200 meter Apo. Oh my god. I can't believe this thing is actually flying. Well, we've cleared 1,000. I'm going to go for a gravity turn. A very slow gravity turn. 4,000 meters on the Apo. I don't want to turn too much because the piece is probably going to go everywhere. 7,000 meters on the Apo. $10,000 meters? I'm starting the gravity turn now. Solid rockets are about to go. That's when it's going to go bad, I think. Here we go. Here we go. Release. And release. Oh my god, 21,000 meters, and we're still in the game. Here we go. Did I check the launch window for Juno? Of course I didn't. Who needs a refueling station when you've got a rocket like this? 32,000 meters Apo. Oh, the Apo's not going to be high enough. I think it's keeling over too much. We'll see. We'll leave it. Actually, we're fine at the moment. We're a minute behind the Apo. We'll leave it. This is actually scary. 50,000 Apo coming up. How can I rig that? There's literally no way. You saw me build the rocket. Oh, what was that? Something ran out. Oh, the main sail just ran out and I can't transfer the fuel from the inner engines. The main rocket has run out of fuel. There's loads of fuel in these tanks, but it can't use it on the main sail. Which means our thrust to weight ratio, because it wouldn't let me put the fuel line in. Oh, I think we've just got done by that. Our thrust to weight is 1-ish. Oh, it was going so well. Don't think we're going to do it, guys. Without the mainsail. Can I transfer fuel at all? Resource manager. The X200 tanks. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame. Because we've lost a lot of thrust. I tried to put the fuel line in, but the game wouldn't let me. We're not almost in orbit. We're closing up on our Apo real fast. We need to get this line into orbit before we reach this. We don't want to reach the Apo. I can't believe it's got this far, if I'm perfectly honest. The Apo is actually going up. Shockingly. I think we've achieved orbit, guys. That is properly scary. Against all odds. How on earth? Let's bring the Apo up. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this actually worked. Well, I've got to get it into orbit before I call the prediction, don't I? But it looks like we're going to get orbit. Look at this monster turn. We have got a lot of fuel here that we can't use. I don't think we can use anyway. So if we could put this tank in here. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. The screen is really confusing. Right, so that tank bar. That's that one. Don't care about that. Go away. In. That's the main lower tank. So if we can get fuel into that, that would be great. Which tank is that? As if that worked. Adjust flow states, whatever that means. Which tank is that? Oh my god, this thing is just so dumb. In. It's really hard to see which tank is which. No, that's an in. This is an outer tank. This is an outer tank, outer tank, outer tank. That's an inner tank. There's 4 tanks to have fuel in them. There you go. I think we just nicked most of the fuel. I think what we can do is, as soon as we get to the maneuver node, we can detach and thrust, and that will lose those 4 big outer tanks and just have the inner, I think. Oh no, I'm out of electricity. Where's the panels? Quick, grab some juice. Feels like a clutch, this. Is it actually turning now? I can't tell if that's turning. Come on, you should be coming over here. It's not turning. Oh, it's already pointed at the maneuver node. That's fine. Okay, so if we do that... and then... basically close them up for safety. And then hit the old F5. I should be able to stage this and then burn out. Is a staging right? It looks like it. Didn't need those parts anyway. Oh, you scumbag! Press Z instead of X and it just increased the output. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This monster has achieved a circular orbit. 116 versus 109. How do I do this thing now? Prediction. That is orbit. How do I confirm this? Choose outcome. Orbit achieved. Complete prediction. Done. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, there's some pieces flying around, but this bad boy just got into orbit. So right now, we have 1700 delta V on this stage left. 1700 delta V on that stage. When we separate, we'll have 3000 delta V and then 1600 delta V. I don't know if that's enough, if I'm honest. From here, we need 130, I don't know, 250, 360. What's that? 5, 6, 700. I think we might get there. I don't think we'll get back. I don't think we'll get back from there. 31 people voted orbit, so it distributed the nuts among them. You went for the max bet. Hey, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that was a tough prediction. Like, I had no idea where that was going. That could have gone to 10,000 meters and ripped itself apart. Or I might have got the staging wrong. Or when you separate, something detonates. It could have gone wrong horribly. Somehow, this thing got into orbit. Who knows how? But I don't think we'll have enough delta V to get there and back. But it'll be fun trying, and then we'll correct it. To be honest, what you should probably do is redesign the rocket, because it did run out of fuel on the mainsail. So we should probably redesign it to at least separate. There should be a second stage, which is a different rocket here. Or perhaps using this, but with these with full fuel. Something like that. I think the fuel transfer is what's messed it up. Anyway, it's gone 3 o'clock. I'm going to take a break, guys. When I get back, we'll see if we can get this thing over to Juno. And, you know, it's all a learning curve. It was fun trying. Right, I'll be back in an hour, guys. Thank you for watching. Heartfang, thank you for 20 months. I shall see you all in an hour's time. If you're heading out, enjoy the rest of your day. That's it for me. Bye for now. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are we doing? Welcome to part 2 of the Tuesday stream. Why is chat floating over my head, you might wonder? Well, it probably makes more sense if I do that. I'm in two minds, guys, whether to try and take this to Juno or just come back to the assembly building and fix it. I don't know. The other thing is the planets are in the wrong place. The planets are in completely the wrong place. So we'll have to orbit the place for quite a few years before we can get it to it. It still bugs me that it wasted a lot of fuel because of the fueling status. It is literally a few years, because if you look where Kerbal is, Kerbin's here, and if you look where Juno is, Juno's there, which means Juno is way behind Kerbin. Yeah? It's like on the other side. So Juno needs to be like around here somewhere. Like there, probably. It needs to be ahead of us so we can transfer to it. And it's completely wrong place. So what we could probably... It's actually quicker to fix that by going back to the launch bay. Well, the assembly building, fix the rocket, and then skip time until the planets are where we want them to be, and then go for launch. Also, the lights are working. For now. Once I've played with the rocket, they probably won't work. I should have put some nice nav lights on this thing. Yeah, I should put some nice lights on it. Working lights for now. Let's recover this. Let's bring it back home. Get it fixed. Let's delete some of that junk in the tracking station. Debris can go. We've got the probe. We've got the orbiter. SquirrelX Junior Lander. 1445. Sounds about right. There she is. Right, so. First of all, I'm going to stick some lights on this before I forget. Are we allowed to put some lights around here? There we go. Let's get some of them. And then maybe some more here. That's glitched in a strange way. Try that. Okay, I feel better about that. SGT, thank you for 3 months. Pontaboy, thank you for 32. Had some Christmas snaps of Grandma. And also my aunt had some blackcurrant pickled herring. Oh my god. Christmas is over and I don't have to eat any more pickled herring of any kind until Easter. Dude. Oh, I can't imagine. Blackcurrant pickled herring. Oh. It's mind-blowing, that is. Also, I'm wondering about... If we've got a mainsail here, is that mainsail? Yeah. I'm wondering about having an engine up here instead. Using that. I don't know if it worked, though. Hey, hang on a minute, Giddy. Hang on a minute. This monstrosity just got into orbit. Okay. Monstrosity. It turns up in the stream. This is my rocket. What's going on? Honestly. Got no manners. See, I'm thinking. This bit here. That comes off from there. And then we have like a... something a bit bigger than that. Like a separator there. No, not a separator there. We have an engine there. But not a mainsail. Man, that's a lot less thrust. The DC, thank you for 70 months. 500 kilonewtons in atmosphere. Will that be enough?
It is actually quite tasty, but only in controlled quantities. Skloops skalomkv.
No, it's not. No, Pontaboy, no, it's not. that you can't use the words blackcurrant, pickled herring, and tasty in the same sentence. I don't accept it. .54 thrust to weight. Who invented that? Who invented that? Who took herring, then decided to pickle it, that's bad enough, and then put blackcurrant in it? What is that? What kind of madness? Where's the thing that has like multiple engines? This is what we're talking about here. Multiple engines is what you need. A quad. Triple, maybe? What would a triple do for us? So 3 of them would be 600 kilonewtons, which is barely a bit more than that. We also need a good engine for a vacuum, because that upper bit's got to take us up to a vacuum bit.
Garlic pickled herring is the best toe. Mom makes it herself just for me every Christmas. SquirrelPlus.
Okay, I think you just found something even worse. Garlic pickled herring. That's quite efficient in a vacuum, but 3 of them weighs quite a few tons. .22. Jeez, man. That's quite heavy, that thing. Maybe we're not going to be able to do this. Put a mainsail on that bit, and that'd still be 1.6. That's not terrible. It's 1400 Delta V. If you're going to take a mainsail, you want to get more use out of it than that. .3, 1800 Delta V. Captain Flint gifted a sub to pickled herring. Of course he did. That's 6 tons, that lifter. How big are this fuel? That's 36 tons. Put on that. Yeah, it's a science update. Right, if I put that down the bottom, and then we've got 8 SRBs, a mainsail, and 4 engines. 1.28 thrust to weight ratio, 900 delta V. That's pretty bad. It's going to burn for a minute.
Also, I'm a little tipsy from all the snaps, so I'm just gonna lurk until the room stops spinning. I haven't drunk this much in years, Scrove.
Fair enough, pointer boy. Thank you for the bits. There's no point in having that. This design doesn't work. Could rather do that. A minute burn. I still want to get these fuel lines connected. It's bugging me why this doesn't work. Oh, it's done it again. It's just left random bits of... That is a weird bug, that one. Yeah, let me do singles, but it won't let me do 4. Interesting. That is the bottom tank. No, these two are connected, aren't they? Oh, it's doing that weird thing, look. It's doing that weird thing. Actually, what we could do... Go to... let's go back. Right, where's Tuna? There's June. No, that's not June. That's June. No. There's Juna. Yeah, look how long this is taking. Flipping heck. Maybe about there-ish. Are there bigger SMBs that you can use for instead of those 8? I think they're the biggest. Oh god, it's doing that thing again. It's doing this weird physics jiggle again. Look at these pieces just separating themselves. Of course, it left some debris on the launcher. Right, let's save that because the planets are in alignment, quite literally. Yeah, if you go to the engines, in terms of what we have unlocked SRB-wise, we've only got small ones. So they're the kind of best we can do, really. That's 4. Let's check the staging. Separation, inner separation, final separation. Let's drop them, parachute, land. Okay, the lights probably don't work, but we'll have to deal with that. It's quite a sight when it takes off. We've got 10,000 APO. We're going to be ditching a lot of SRB shortly. The question I have is, why is the main engine not got a full fuel tank? It should have, because they're supposed to be feeding into it. So this main engine should have full tanks. Although it is stable at 68. Actually, that's probably correct. It's not technically burning fuel. What the heck was that? This needs to get higher. Yeah, that's weird. I guess it's burning more than it can pump through, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. I kind of like to have gotten rid of these by now. It's also wiggling a bit too much. didn't do this last time, did it? Didn't do this weird turning. Is there something to do with the way fuel's being transferred around, maybe? When the fuel ran out on the outer tanks, it stopped wiggling, so I think the fuel transfer being pumped in causes that weird motion. It's the movement of the liquid. Okay, that'll do. Well, it can't be me, TC, because I've got a beard. Second burn. Okay, 95k orbit achieved. That's good. Now we try to find an intercept. Where are you? Crikey. The Juno. This will be fun. I can't remember where we need to break out. Yeah. Works in Star Trek. It must be real. Do we need to set that as a target? We're 0.2 degrees away from its orbit, which is good. We just got to try and find an interaction with it. Yeah, well, we don't have the transfer window mod. But Squeaky Bike Horn was been set off by Mr. Sun X. Thank you, Mr. Sun. If you just got a sub, please give him a thank you. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Whiteland as well, dropping 10 subs with another Squeaky Bike on. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. If you just got a sub, refresh your page, enjoy the emotes, and give Mr. Whiteland or Mr. Sunex a thank you. What does that 1A and 1B mean? Is that 2 possible interaction points? Is that what that is? 1A, 1B. Adobe, thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. That's 30 subs gifted, guys. Thank you so very much for your support. If you was one of them, please give your gifter a little thank you. We've got some lovely animated emotes for you to enjoy now. Don't forget you can use them on the rest of Twitch, not just in my channel, so you can go into other people's channel, annoying them with my emotes. Bob 7143 has gifted 25 subs. Thank you so very much, Bob. Oh, you guys are generous. Bob, Adobe, Whiteland, and Mr. Sun. Dropping the subs like it's hot. Thank you, Bob. And with 5 subs is Pontaboy as well. Thank you, Pontaboy. 5 subs and a load of bits. This is a man who's going to have a hangover tomorrow and regret his decisions with herring. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to get us an interaction or not. It says 1A. I presume that means something's happening. Does that mean Juna will be there when we get here, or what will Juna be when we get there? So Juna might be down here. No, I don't remember buying anything for Christmas either, King Awesome. B. What's... Hang on, we've got 1A, a 2B. What's going on? Oh, I saw something then. I think when the music changes, something significant has happened, but I can't see what it is. It's so blinking far away. Juna's on the planet, yes it is. I presume 1A means we cross the orbit of something, maybe. Anybody remember how to get to Juna?
Yeah, I can hear my wallet screaming at me already, SquirrelPlus, but 'tis Christmas only once a year after all. SquirrelPlus.
Thank you, Ponta Boy. I think we need to perhaps be nearer. I think June is supposed to be at 45 degrees relative to us and Kerbal. So if this is a straight line here, I think 45 degrees would be about there. So we're not far off. I think June needs to be about here, which means I need to go forward in time. But the problem is, because I'm only at 96k orbit, I can't accelerate past the limit. And that's not quick enough. So we either go back to the ground or we go for a higher orbit. I can't remember what altitude we have to be to use high speeds of warp. Can anybody remember? Let's go to 200k. A 77 delta V. It's not much. Do the lights work? Nope. Lights not worky. Can I Google it? KSP warp. Time warp factor. KSP time warp limit. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Okay, that just deployed the wrong thing. Pretty certain I clicked that. Right, 6-second burn. do. Hopefully, when we get to this new altitude, we can time warp a bit quicker. $3,156, Bosnian guy. 3,156 days you've been following. That's got to be knocking on for about 9 years. Oh, Kigo can beat that though. 3,264. I think the tape measure's coming out now. You haven't followed a while back. They all say that. They all say that, mate. True fans don't unfollow, do they? Just saying. Like, you don't unfollow somebody if you're a real fan. Like, yeah, I'll come back another day. 3,536 from Enceladus. Wicked says curbs at 3 o'clock, resumes to 1:30. Yeah, 45 degrees, that's what I said. 45 degrees is what I'm trying to get to. I'm just trying to get into a position where I can move the planets properly. It does indeed, Bitrot Blues. I will concede that one to you. I think it doesn't happen anymore. It happened a few years ago when Twitch was randomly unsubbing people and randomly unfollowing people. I definitely experienced that. But I've not seen it happen for a few years now. Pretty certain Whiteland had a random unfollow. Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, Juno is there. So I guess we'll try and get Juno to about here-ish, if we can. Oh man, that's the quickest I can do. We might have to go back to the launch pad for this one. So if that's going to be 45, this has to be 90 degrees. So that, and that should be at a 90-degree angle. Which, eyeballing it, it's not yet. Mr. Durga, how you doing? Thank you for 94 months there. Merry Christmas. Happy Boxing Day. Hope you had a good time. Did you get any presents, Mr. Durga? I got some pajamas. Classic dad present, that. See, that's not far off. is it? Probably slightly overshot. Nice and chill. Nice. And so you're all royal meh.
That navigation ball spinning is not really helping my room stabilizing really SquirrelPlus.
Don't look at it, Punter Boy. That's the trick. There's Juna. Not having much not getting an intercept here. Yeah, the parachute issues. Yeah, absolutely. 2 drogue parachutes. Only one ever deploys. And the best thing is sometimes they don't deploy at all. The way I found fixing the not deploying thing is to set the atmospheric pressure. So for Kerbin, I set my atmospheric pressure to 0.4 and they reliably came on. Apart from both drogue shoots, only one ever comes on. On other planets, you probably have to go for a different atmospheric pressure, but I don't think the altitude's working very well. See that? Maybe... we just passed the ascending node. 0.1 degree difference. It's not a lot. What is that craziness there? I'm struggling to get an intercept with Duna. No, we didn't go praised on presents either, Dirk and mate. We just got like a couple of presents each, really. That music change, though, implies something. Trouble is, I might be looking in the wrong place. Like, maybe I'm only meeting it over here. I can't remember how far around you meet, Juna. What the? How do they expect you in this game to plan an intercept with something so far away when you have to work with something like this so zoomed in? Yeah, that's how it is. Durka. Nice chill time with the family. We played a few board games, watched a movie, had some Christmas dinner. Just family stuff. Because like tiny changes, tiny changes here lead to massive changes down there. You watch Man on Fire. Can't remember if I've seen that or not. All you need to do is home and transfer maneuver. Yeah, I know what I need to do. It's doing it's the problem. Azkaban. It's like trying to get an interaction with Duna on its orbit. Like trying to guess where this thing should be to meet up with it. Otherwise, we're just going to go flying past the darn thing. We can't do a home and transfer until you can guarantee you're going to meet it. Because the moment you meet its orbit, you're never going to catch it up. MacJeb definitely did. There was various mods that you could get. MacJeb was one. So that gets you to interact with the moon. And that's when the music changes. There isn't a mod for KSP2 that will help with this. Okay, so when you hear the music, you've definitely got an interaction with something. So we know that. Literally can't drag it. June is set as a target. All that means is it gives you the ascending and descending nodes. It gives you the orbital plane. It's already set as a target. It does not help you with this. June is there. Oh, for God's sake. Can this thing just go away? Right. I still don't know what 1A, 1B means, and it doesn't tell you. Where we're flying to. Here. We're trying to get to Juno, mate. We're trying to intercept. I'm trying to get an intercept to that. I'm trying to create maneuver node to get us to Juno, and I can't find an intercept. How much delta V do you need? Transfer from Kerbal to Juno, park in orbit. What's my orbit? Orbit's about 220 kilometers. Do the maths. Not calculated. Right, ejection velocity 3,056 meters per second. Ejection burn delta V 981 meters per second. Warning, orbital inclinations differ between your origin and destination. Adjust the inclination mid-transfer as needed by performing a burn in the normal or anti-normal direction to place your target intercept on the destination's body orbit. 1A is first approach point of vehicle. 1B is first approach point of target. Hang on a minute. 1A is first approach point of vehicle. So that's us getting there. 1B is the first approach point of target. So the target is after us. Is that what you're saying? 2 is the second. So you're saying we're behind at this point. According to this website, we only need 981 delta V. So if I drag this down to about 981 delta... Oh, look, they're getting closer. Look at that. Oh. So does that mean, simplistically looking at that, oh God, that's miles away. That looked close. Oh, they just switched over. You don't want 1A slightly behind, do you? You want to be still on the inside of it, because otherwise you'll never catch it up. 1A, that's us. We're going to get there at too late. And according to that, we don't quite have the orbit. Interesting. Happy Boxing Day, my Chihuahua. So how do we get 1A? Is that because my inclination is wrong or something? See, we're not quite... What if we just move it slightly? That looks really close, doesn't it? I mean, in theory, we're catching it up, and we should meet it. It looks like we could then maybe do a corrective burn here somewhere, just push out slightly. Should we just go with that? Yeah, I know, Toxic. That's what I'm trying to get it to do, but it's not showing me for whatever reason. Action Group Manager. Four gear is reserved for reserved solar panels 2. It says here the solar panels are on an action group, but how do you assign a key to it? I don't... Okay, we're aligned. And we're burning. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we need that transfer window mod. This wouldn't be so difficult if the UI was a bit better. Trying to look at something zoomed out, but you have to deal with it zoomed in, is just... it's just painful. Okay, so 1A and 1B are quite close though. Many days have passed. Okay. Right, is that still set as target? So 0.1 degrees. How does Bill survive the loneliness? I don't know. That puts 1A ahead of 1B. Whoa. I saw something then. Is that an interaction? That's got to be an interaction of surely. Yeah, that's how Bill survives. He just watches Twitch inside his space thing. Honestly, though, you think chat delay is bad here? You should try it, though. I'm really not sure what that is telling me. 1A, 1B, but 2A, 2B. There's no reason, technically, why you can't stream from Space Navarine. It would be a unicast, though. It wouldn't be bi-directional in any way. Not really. I don't know if that's interacting or not. There was an intercept. Change the delta V very slowly and you'll see it. There was? What's that then? At what delta V does it happen? Durka, it's a lovely game, but my god, it can be tricky. Below 20. Why is this box here? Go away. You just saw it say Junior PE. This one says Junior PE here. Where did you see it? Oh, for the love of God. When you say you have interaction markers, what do you mean? Is that what the interaction markers are? Where it says Juna PE, the ring around Juna disappears when you don't have that zone appear. Let me read that again. Where it says Juna PE, the ring around Juna disappears when you don't have that zone appear. The ring's still there. But it says Juna PE when I've got some kind of interaction. I'm just going to go with that. Look at Bill's face. Look at Bill. What was that? Pups, you literally copy and pasted what that guy said earlier. I don't know if Bill's okay. I'm worried about the amount of Delta V we need here. Okay, we've got some kind of interaction going on. Thing is, the closer we get now to Juna... Wait, what? Because that's exactly what I told her to do. Ouch. Yeah, the trouble is, when you're trying to select an orbit and both lines are on top of each other and you don't know which one's which, it's easily done, isn't it? Rip speaker users. I guess we get nearer and then try and do some kind of intercept on it. Do we try and do it now? Normally you can get an idea at this point. Is that making it better or worse? How do I zoom in on Juno more? So, looking at this, we're basically smashing right by. So we're going to come along this way. It's going that way. So we're going to have to get to about here and then just retro burn, slow down and bring it in, yeah? You confused pups. So what's happening is we're coming in from here, I think. That's getting wider, that ring. So I assume that means we're punching in. We're traveling this way and then punching out. Yeah? So that's us, pups, the orange line. Then this dark red line is the path that Juna's taken. So it's here and it's going that way. So we're going that way, it's going that way. So when we get to about here, we want to point backwards and slow down so that we allow Juna to capture us. And then that'll slow us down and pull this into an orbit. I think. We need lots of beer for the trip. The trouble is, we can't carry the extra weight. Beer is quite heavy. Excuse me. Love 46, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Yeah, I've seen you racing before, actually, Love 46. I've definitely seen you race. iRacing. It's been a while since we've done our racing, but I do remember you. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And happy Boxing Day to you. And a Merry Christmas. Can we give them a nutty welcome, guys? A lovely festive nutty welcome. Meanwhile, I'm going to accelerate that way. Yeah, we were going to do the Le Mans 24 in, was it June? June or July, I can't remember. Le Mans 24. So we practiced. There was myself, Pups, Night Gaming, and Lol Soccer. We all practiced. We were all ready to rock and roll. And then Lol Soccer pulled out. He was like, I can't do it. And he said something about internet being broken. It was just excuses. So we didn't do it. We was really looking forward to it. The last time we did it, we finished third in our group. And I think we were in the second split. So we did okay. But it's been a while. We've also done, we did Sebring a few years ago. That's a lot of fun. Wasn't me being uncomfortable. I was perfectly comfortable in my seat, Alex. You wasn't comfortable with your internet. Nah, you're always there lurking. You just pretend you know. Let's get this burn done. Okay, good burn. Let's have a look on the map. Oh, we've got an interaction with Juna. We're going to be smashing by Juna. There you go. If we focus on Juna now, that's going to be us. So we're going to be coming in here, then we're going to slow down here and try and capture. That's what we're going to try and do. But we can't fast forward to here, unfortunately. I recognise that. That's one of Quirk's emotes. I'll show you. This is our love emote. That one. Right, I'm going to press F5 now and commit that. And we need to get further down the... What are we going to adjust, Beaker? Hang on, 1 second. I have no idea what it just did. I have no idea. It just... OBS just changed scene, and I have no idea what it just did. Don't blame me. I didn't press anything. It's just gremlins. I'm telling you. I was focused on what I was doing. Next thing you know, you're all going, and I look up, and it's in a completely different scene. I blame pups as well. Just OBS things, isn't it? Okay, we're coming in. Look at it. We're catching it up nicely. Can we move to that now? I think we can. Daytona 24 happens in January, Alex. But I still... Honestly, your internet's still rubbish. If I'm honest. Like... You was only talking to us a few days ago when it went. I'm not going to practice till your internet's stable. Let's put it that way. I think we can fast forward to... Is this our intercept? I'm going to guess that's our intercept. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So we're going to fly by Juna now. Right, and then we're going to want to do retro burn. Try and bring that back. Hey, 593 Delta V. Flipping heck. It's a whole lot of Delta V. 5,000 kilometers. We could go with that initially, couldn't we? The Daytona isn't an oval. Daytona itself is an oval, but the race isn't. It does the bit on the inner track, which has about 10 turns, something like that. Okay, that's point maneuver. Juna and Ike. Aerobatic drone Juna. Yeah, we can try. Juna's like got a 40k atmosphere. But, you know, we could give it a bash. Just get ourselves into a high orbit and then bring the Perry down. Actually, is it more efficient to do it here? It's a strange orbit. What would it cost to bring that right down? Yeah, the trouble is with we start interacting with that thing. We don't want to interact with Ike. The higher we go, if we air brake past, it's going to bring the Perry down. And then we've got to wait for it to do a full lap again. Let's go with that. So there you go, pups. That's us whizzing by, just as planned. And then we basically start slowing down. This whole land has got us here quite nicely, actually, hasn't it? We're going to run out of fuel on this main stage just as we get to Juna, which is nice. Okay. Let's have a look. We are now captured by Juna. Look at that. Got a really eccentric orbit going on, which is not a bad thing because it means less chance of interacting with Ike. We should have more fuel left as well once we ditch all of this. So now we bring that back. I think Juna's atmosphere only starts at about 40k. We've got to be careful here. We're going to get an interaction. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. So what we'll do. We'll do a lap. Try and get that moon in a different place. Oh, we're going to get hit by it again. So get on the inside of it like that. Right, we've got 87 Delta V left on this vessel. That's 124 for that. So can we? We can't get an assist off it. Should we come on the inside of it, we might. That would grab us on a 2,000, 3,000, sorry, 2,000, 5,000 for 120 Delta V. 87 of which comes from this main rocket. Which isn't terrible. Get that down to 2,000, I think. before we lose it. Should we try that? It's going to chuck our orbit incline off a bit, but we basically get a slowdown. 119 delta V to pull that off. Wait, where's that solar panels gone? If only the lights worked. The lights work! Woo! The lights are working! Yay! Batteries are going down. Turn the lights off. 1 second. Once it stopped moving around, we might be able to put the lights back on. It's the reaction. We're having to move all of this around, but we'll be losing a lot of this in a second. We're losing, like, all of that section off the back. Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's fine. What's the electric doing? Oh, we can have the lights on. Right, F5 to save. We're going to have to separate as well. So we're going to come in just on the inside of this thing. And hopefully that 3000 delta V will be worth a lot more when we ditch all of this. Okay. Let's see where we're at now. $2,200, $4,000, that's fine. I just could have got a lot of science then. Hang on. Did I save that? I did, didn't I? I could have got a bunch of science because we went past Ike. We're inside the zone of Ike. Okay. We can actually get science here for some weird reason. Three, two, one. Okay, separate. It's just the lander cam now. Okay, so we enter Ike's zone. Now we're in its zone. And then we go for some science. So we've got Ike high orbit, environmental data, crew observation, environmental science. I don't think we can do the atmospheric one. It's not that. No, no, that one. Cargo bay. This thing. Run environment survey. Right now, Delta V, we have 2,800. According to the website, if I can find it, we would need 1,450 just to land there. And 1,450 to get out. That's 2,900 Delta V. We are not going home. Bill is staying on the planet. There's no way he's making it back. Not unless he can manufacture fuel. Well, technically some Delta V here. I don't know why. It's saying when we ditch them, we'll have Delta V. I don't know how that works. Let's just get him, though. The thing is, I don't think I put an aerial on this, so we can't even get the science back. Because I can't transmit it. So the whole mission was a complete junk. Because we don't have an aerial. Send a rescue ship. Yeah, right. And you saw the size of that rocket. Oh my god. Alright, let's get over to here. Let's get some aero braking done. Just sticking out of the cone. Maybe I did put an aerial on there, who knows. Right, June PE needs to be at about 40k, I think, for this to work. I think the atmosphere starts quite low. Something around there-ish. That should get us aero braking. That's 120 Delta V. Okay, here we go. Solar panels in is probably a good call for what we're about to do. Let's turn the lights off. We don't need lights on. Hunker down. I think SOX is the least of his problem. Right, 39k. 39k. Let's see how that goes for him. Where's the planet? There's the planet. He's fully committed. Why do we always end up on the dark side? It's so annoying. I would have landed that big crater. Hopefully this thing will survive. I don't know, Scotty, how detailed that calculation is. I assume so. The only problem with this is the staging might need to be changed. Like that. So if we need to stage, we're going to be dropping all the chutes, basically. What's with the music? Right, we should start hitting the atmosphere shortly. If you notice that Apo coming down, there it is. So we're definitely slowing. Might take a couple of laps. Don't want to hit it too rough. Ideally, I'd like to do another block around the block and land when it's daylight, but I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, we just lost something. Oh, we just lost the engines. Oh. Well, we didn't need those. We may have to change our strategy, people. That's going to be problematic. They're going to fall off that easily. Nuts. That's not good, is it? Can we change the way they're attached? I assume we'd lost them because the atmosphere ripped them off. Quite frankly, I don't really think it should have ripped them off. Like, but who knows? Like, I've never had that happen before with these. It could have been a bug. It may happen again. It may keep happening. I don't know. We could try going in that way and see if we fare any better. The atmosphere on June is not that dense. Yeah, post coming in nicely, look. It could have been a bug, I don't know. We'll see. We're gaining altitude again, so we are going round once more. We're out of the atmosphere. We're basically out of the atmosphere again. Looks like last Starfighter. Bill Wall, thank you for half a year. Watchtower, thank you for 76 months. Alright, let's go around the block. Gotta wait for a altitude to get a bit higher. There we go. Whee! Ooh. We've got an interaction with Ike, which is not going to do us any favours. Because if you look what it's going to do to our trajectory, it's actually going to knock us out of orbit. Or is it? No, it's not. It's going to bring us round. We may not interact after we've done a bit of braking. It's not calculated the braking. Okay, here we go. We can always do a small burn. Hang on, while we're only at 140 Ks, why don't we grab a bit of electric? Let's get some power. Just come back. Yes, well, I am low on fuel because we can't get home. There we go. I don't know, I was wondering about that. It really depends on how much Delta V we burn when we land. If we could get him into an orbit around Juno, a rescue mission is more than feasible. But getting to Juno, connecting with him, that's a lot of work. Recharge over. That is properly cool. Shubham, thank you for 37 months. All the time we're doing this, we're basically bringing our Apo down for free, and we're slowing ourselves down. Our orbital speed's coming down. So it's all good. The lights shouldn't be on. Oh, the lights are not on. You're seeing reflections. Okay, air braking started. We can get some science. Nice. Nice science. If we can get this thing home, we'll get a lot of science. Okay, it is actually going to knock out our Perry. We're going to interact with Ike, and it's going to bump us into a higher orbit, which is not good. We have to do something about that. We've done all this work, and then Ike comes along and goes, ah, get out. This is Delta V. I do not want to spend. Can we? This is painful. So the problem is we're coming along here, then Ike basically knocks our orbit. Juna AP. Can I... Look what it does. It just like slams us back up. We was at 40,000 meters and it just comes along, and to get back where we were I have to spend 22 Delta V. Yeah, I've seen a few bugs. And some weird ones. Let's get the power going again. Look at that, it just lifted our Perry from 40,000 meters to 202,000 meters. What a scumbag. Nah, I've had bugs inside the VAB. Like when I was trying to put fuel lines down, it was putting tons of fuel line dots everywhere. I've seen that more than once. You know, for an early access game to give you a view like that, with music like that, it's pretty good. And I like the way they've done it so that the music basically transitions in and out depending on what you're doing. Like if you move into the sphere of influence of a planet, the music changes, but it doesn't like jar, it just transitions. And the way they've done that is really cool. I get that, Funky Monkey. I'm far too impatient for that. I'd rather take it bugs and all and just enjoy it. Right, 3,300 Apo. Yeah, it does, Bowen. Each planet does have different music. I think it's because this atmosphere is not very thick. Maybe we should go in a bit lower. I love holster planets. Oh, hello. Is that the thing we're supposed to be landing at? Ah, not a chance. See, if we got ourselves home now, we'd actually be able to bring back 558 signs. We have 2,300 Delta V. If we don't land, we could get back. If we don't land, we could get back with that Delta V. And we could save Bill and get 500 signs. However, here's another thing. We could actually get some more signs. If we go around again and we go through the atmosphere and turn on the atmospheric thing, we should be able to get more signs. I think what I might do is save it, attempt the landing, just to see how the ship handles the landing, see if we can learn from it, and then load it back in and fly home. So we practice a landing so we can modify the ship, but fly home to keep all the signs so we can unlock some more stuff. And that way we get the best of all worlds. But there is some more signs to be had here. But we'd have to open the cargo bay. I don't know if the bay doors are going to get ripped off. Cargo bay is open. To me, actually, technically speaking, I reckon you don't even need to. Payload. Payload. How do we access the thing that's inside? Coupling thermal science. Science Junior. That's the thing inside. Run environment survey. High orbit in Juno. So once that changes, we can run the survey. That'll change to like, there you go, low orbit in Juno. Can we run that now? High orbit. Juno atmosphere crew observation. Juno atmosphere environment data. They must have already grabbed it. It looks like it already grabbed it. I can't run any more. What we could do here is just push ourselves out of Ike a little bit. Just go prograde a little touch. Just enough to stop it from messing with a 16. Let's do that. Night Gaming, thank you very much, sir, for gifting 10 subs. Welcome, guys. Thank you for the squirrel gifts night. If you got a sub, give him a thank you. Did I just see something fly off then? I heard a weird noise. Why is that light not coming on? There's another bug. some of the lights are staying on and don't turn off. And these don't turn on, but they do turn on if you do it that way, but you still can't turn them off with that. So it's like some wiring just broke. I swear something fell off. Scumbag. Spend a bit more Delta V getting out of it. Ike is being really annoying. Okay, let's make sure. Of course, getting home is a completely different problem. Getting home efficiently is a problem, let's put it that way. Hang on, before I do that, I'm going to save it because I did say I was going to practice a landing. Twitch 16, Juno practice. So that's where I would burn, but what I'll actually do is do the opposite. So I'm going to load it back in and use that save point to go home, but I want to try landing. But I don't want to land when it's night time. Oh, man. Tell you what. Right, for 2 Delta V. Okay. Right, so this is us basically going into the planet. Which way do we want to be facing for this? That's the real question. Was it really a bug? Was it really a bug that ripped the engine off? Okay, let's see. We're going to go full parachute deploy. Let's go with... this is the Mark 25. Deploy settings. For, we say, 5,000 meters. Just get all the braking out of them we can. Is that going to affect the other ones? Yes. So that's those 4. Then we've got these 2 on the side. Deploy settings. 5,000 meters. And then the real parachutes are that one. I have no idea when it should deploy. Let's say 2,000. And... wait, were they... the Mark 25s were real parachutes or drogue? That's the drogue parachute. That one. That one and that one are drogue. That one is a Mark 25. Is that a drogue or is that a normal? I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know what to increase the pressure setting to because I don't know what the pressure is on Juno. That's a Mark 16. I think they're real parachutes. I think these are the drogues. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you would need less pressure, but I don't know what pressure to put it on. No idea, DMC Tom. F5 it. We have 4 confirmed gear. Oh, I do have an aerial. If worst comes to the worst, I can transmit. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, the altitude is going to be measured from ground altitude here. The pressure setting is going to be measured from the atmospheric pressure. That's getting a bit hot. That's getting very spicy. There go the legs. Along with some of the... Well, the lights are probably going next. The engines have gone. Okay. So the engines don't stay on. We should probably put heat shields on the bottom of this. There goes most of the fuel. Apart from that, we're doing well. There goes some other bits and pieces. And more bits and pieces.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard, retard, retard.
That didn't really go as planned, did it? Most of the ship just ripped itself apart when we came in. I mean, Bill looks ecstatically happy. I don't think anybody's told him yet that he's not going anywhere after this. To be fair, we did come in very quickly. It was like a direct, very quick entry. Oh, this ground is not going to be kind. Well, we've got a heat shield. The trouble is, I don't know how we stop all the pieces from ripping off. We're going to need lots of heat shields, probably. Oh, 15 meters per second. But it was down a slope, so he's okay. Yay! Bill's alive. Research opportunity. $738 science. That's one happy customer. You have arrived at your destination. Do a U-turn when possible. $858 data, science from data, and 770 from samples. But you've got to get it back for that. Oh, that looks wicked. Look at that Ike just coming up over the horizon. What's your RCS like here? Ooh. His RCS is no good. Look. So that's another problem, because that craft was not designed so that you could walk back up and get in again. Look, and you can't RCS up. You can jump reasonably high, but you can't really control it very well. So it has to be no higher than jumping distance. It's coming in hot. Oh my god. Right then. So. We can't recover the vessel. We can't help Bill. We can't get him out of here. What we've learned, Chris, here's what we've learned. The engines fall off. The legs fall off. The lights fall off. Some of the parachutes fall off. The solar panels stay on. Don't come in so hot. Get yourself a step ladder. What else did we learn? It was great success. Come on, we could transmit this and Bill could stay here forever. Yeah, we could literally transmit that. Let's pop that up. Bill's got everything he needs here. He's got solar panels and he's got an aerial, which basically means he can sit in here and watch Twitch TV as long as the sun is up. When the sun goes down, his battery might run out. Other than that, he can watch streams. I don't know how much beer he brought with himself, but he can definitely watch streams. So yeah, we could transmit that, or we can just load it back in and try and get him home. Autosave, what was it? Junior Practice, that one. Someone give Bill a sub, otherwise he's going to have to put up with ads. Imagine sat on Junior going, oh, these stupid ads. Maneuver node. Burn. Right, okay. Let's find Kerbal. Eve, hang on, where are we? Tres, Minimus Probe. Add it then. Kerbal. Got the right pixel almost. There it is. Right click. Set target. Nope. How on earth do we get our orbital inclination right? I take it we've just got to punch out of this first. So we want to be... Do we just simply fire when we get here and just head backwards and then sort our orbit out? Or do we try and adjust our inclination now to Kerbal and then do it? Because to do it here would mean it's quite a lot of delta V. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out. So do we instead... Wait a minute, which way are we going? Oh god, we're going to have to go that way. So we punch out this way. It's really hard to tell what's going on with 2D lines and 3D space. Or if you're interested that way. That would put us on that kind of orbit. And then we'd have to figure out how the heck to intercept Kirby. Pluggy Arthur, thank you for gifting some to Boatman's. Okay, it's 119 Delta V. Let's just go for it. Right, that's us out of here. Don't get too excited, Bill. Right, how the heck do we get back there now? We're trying to reach this thing. It seems like it's a long way away. I've got a feeling that's in the wrong place. I think that needs to be like round here so that we can jump inside and meet it, I think. So I think we have to wait a little while. However, since we're near the descending node, we could try and make a slight correction. Delta V. That will help us to match up with it. The thing we can do is get some power. Okay, we're only 0.1 degrees off the orbital plane, which is good. Now I've got to get back. Right, it says when Juno's orbit is at 10 o'clock relative to Kerbin. Hang on, back to orbit. Juno's orbit is at 10 o'clock relative to Kerbin. What does that mean? I have no idea where we need this to be for us. The website says when Juno's orbit is at 10 o'clock relative to Kerbin, minus 75 degrees, begin your turn. Should be about 1500 delta V. Minus 75 degrees. See if we can get some kind of interaction. Okay, we have a 1A, 1B interaction. That's a good start. Well, no, we have 1A and 1B. I would suggest that we're entirely in the wrong place. So we're going to get to its orbit when it will be here. So we are completely in the wrong place. So I guess what we do is not that. That's better. So we probably need to do a lap. We need to do a lap for it to get closer. See that? But even then it's not right. I think we are in the wrong orbit. It's like 10 past 9. Kerbin being at 9 o'clock. Juno being at 10 minutes past. I don't know. That's not 75 degrees though, is it? I think what we do is we send Bill on a free lap. How many days? Whee. Bill's grown a beard. Bring that back in. That 1A and 1B are a bit closer now. Oh, that was so nice then. See, 1A and 1B are definitely closer, but they're still not close enough. Hang on, 1A is ahead of 1B now. That's interesting. You see that? So that means it probably... This is crazy. It did say it should be about 1500 delta V. It's not that wrong. This feels like complete guesswork right now. 1A, 1B. So if 1A is there, 1B is here now, so they're a lot closer. But I can't get them any closer, you see. They start to diverge. They are not getting any closer. When Juno's orbit is at 10 o'clock relative to Kerbin, begin your burn. Oh, I know what it means. I know what it means. It means if you're looking at the sun and you're at 12 o'clock, then that needs to be at 10 o'clock, which is about here. So you need to get it so that this is at 10 o'clock relative to you, if you're 12 o'clock. So if I try and keep that at 12 o'clock, that's about 11 o'clock. And that's 75 degrees then. Minus 75 degrees off zero. So probably... Oh, you overshot. Probably about there-ish. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, maybe a touch more. It's probably about 10 o'clock, isn't it? With 11 being there, 9 being here. Yeah, because minus 75 degrees is off, that's zero, isn't it? So that would be 45 degrees, 90 degrees. That's minus 75 degrees. That's probably about minus 60 at the moment. And then it says, basically, create your maneuver node. That's what it says. For me, 1A and 1B are still in the wrong place. 1A is there. So we'll be here when that's there. Oh. Oh, look at that. Look at that, you scumbag. That there, 1A and 1B, just behind us. I've slightly overshot. It is right. I have slightly overshot, though. It's a long mission for Bill. That's what, 11 o'clock? Let's stop it there. Why does, like, 1B go from here to here? I really want that mech jet back. This is ridiculous. There is no way. Okay, 1A. It says you should be spending about 1,500 Delta V, and we're only on 700, so something's not right. This is actually mad. The mod similar to Match about a return from planet. Dude, you're not kidding. I really wish somebody would port that to Kerbal 2. We got it. We got it. We got it. Look. 1A. just in front of 1B. One A just in front of 1B. We can make that work, I reckon. Oh my God. I'm going to get Bill home. He's probably going to die on the way in on the atmosphere, but we're going to get him home. Come on, Bill. Only another 294 days. Let's go. Watch some Twitch, mate. We'll give him a year-long sub. How's that? Oh, we definitely got enough fuel. But don't forget, we didn't take off back off Duna. Like, we just stayed in orbit. If we'd have gone in for a landing, we'd have burned a lot more fuel. A 1 minute 50 burn. Flipping heck. Duna is a tough place to get to, eh? I'm surprised they don't give us 35 signs for getting there. Second more burn. Seconds. We'll just make a correction as we get nearer. We're on 0.1 degree off the plane. See, 0.1 degree. Yeah, we're catching it up. Right, can we get some kind of interaction with it? It's weird because they're right on top of each other. Okay. Well, that gives us an interaction. Put it straight into Minmus. It is another 700 Delta V because I had to make a hard turn here. It's really, I mean, we could have done it earlier and been a lot cheaper, but we've got the Delta V for it, so I think we're okay. But yeah, it was the inclination being 0.1 off that stopped it from meeting. Look at Bill. And he's happy. The problem is, if we're going to put heat shields all over this ship, we're going to need we're going to have a lot more weight, which means less Delta V. And I'm not sure how we solve that. We might have more stuff that we can jettison. Tanks of fuel, maybe. Maybe some tanks of fuel on the upper stage that we can use to get us over there, and then just jettison. Well, Apollo's never been to Juna and landed successfully and come home Watchtown. One that orbits, one that lands. Well, with the ship that we had, we got to Juna and we'd run out of fuel on the transfer rocket before it even got into a... In fact, it just about got into an orbit, didn't it? We can't send down a pod for this particular mission, I don't think, because we have to send Bill or a person. Oh, give over, game. You clicked the wrong blue line. The two blue lines that were stacked on top of each other. What, did you mean this blue line or this blue? Oh, you meant that blue line. Where are we going now? Kerbal, set target. Okay, so one of the things we did... Why can't I see the ascending node now? Right, 0.1 degree. So correct that. That's now 0. I think we ended up slowing down a little bit. There we go. Now it cost us 300 this time. There you go, smack through the middle. $425 delta V, because we did it earlier. So 0.1 degrees out means you don't get the interaction. That's how shockingly accurate you have to be. Is it somewhere I can get the data for KSP1? I don't know, but I haven't looked at KSP1 for a while. I hope they put resources in this game. Drills and resources so you can manufacture fuel and make fuel stations. Right, let's try and get the correct blue line. Is it that one? Well, this is what I want, Beaker. I want those tools again, because I like focusing on the problems, not the actual detail of this. But we don't have the mods yet. Liverpool, if after a Delta V map, you can try that one. You punch in the way you want to go and it'll tell you. Okay. Maneuver node. $1,449 Delta V. Oof. That's expensive. It does remind you of a tube map, which is why I like it. It's very, very simple. But you can just punch in where you want to go, tick whether you want to land and return, and it'll calculate it. Come on, Bill. You're nearly home. Your 13-year mission to June. 13 years? These kids have grown up. Yeah, your little boy is now a man. Welcome back. It's a bit like Interstellar. Come back and his son's older than he is. I'm not seeing many lines moving right now. What's going on? Is it bugged out? I think it's bugged out. The fact that my Apo is minus 33,000 kilometers does worry me slightly. How can my Apo be lower than my Peri? It's getting weird, man. Let's trust the signs, see what happens. We have movement. You're right, I don't have much extra fuel. Because here's the thing. Those Delta V websites are fantastic, but they do assume that you know how to fly properly. Like, most people tend to waste fuel. Getting it wrong. And then everything's a lot more expensive. Oh, what was that interaction? Interaction with the moon. It's a pity we can't get some... Can we get some moon braking action here? I think we can. Get down to about 19,000. It's not terrible for 94. I tell you what, El Plagiato, that second emoticon you just posted looks 100% like litigation territory to me. If I was that person, I would remove that emoticon from Twitch, because that's got a copyrighted McDonald's arch right in there, in the colours of McDonald's. And although you can approve your own emoticons, if somebody gets wind of that, I'd remove that, personally. Nutty Bouquet, there's always dodgy astronauts here, you know that. Nope, Matty, if you're a partner, you basically upload your own emotes. and you effectively on trust, you approve your own stuff. And that's the other thing, is if that gets reported or Twitch notices, they'll remove your ability to auto-approve your own emotes, which is just painful. So you don't really want to be skirting around the law, and that's way too close to the bone, I think. Just having the word Wi-Fi under there does not make that not a McDonald's logo. But yeah, it's their choice. Yeah, just you know, put one partner advice to another. That's my thoughts on it. Is I wouldn't run that one. Too risky. Fun, but too risky. Okay, that looks pretty decent. So that'll swing us in, bump by the moon. Bring our APO down from 58,000 to 19,000 for free. We'll take that. Especially since the point is McDonald's Wi-Fi is laggy. Yeah, it doesn't exactly paint them in a nice way, but it's a, you know, it's just a fully copyrighted logo. It's instantly recognizable, and I wouldn't even touch it as an email. Arcus, thank you for 10 months. I mean, at the very least, just do different colors. Just do something. This is cool. You can see us coming in here. And in the future, this moon will have gone around and it'll meet us here and then give us a little gravity slowdown. It's mad the way it works. But technically, it's trademark, not copyright, that matters here. It's a trademarked logo. Woo! Come on. Okay, let's bring our Perry down now. What do we want to come down to? Want to go for some atmospheric braking? Do you reckon that's enough for an atmospheric skim? 67k. Is that enough? It should be, shouldn't it? I think that'll give us a little whiff of some atmosphere. You know, rip off the parts of the ship that we don't need for free. Bit lower, I think. You'll go around again. I don't mind going around again. Trying to reduce our orbital speed. Tell you what, though, we better bring this in. Otherwise that will definitely get ripped off. We should probably go prograde as well. I think it might survive a bit better if you prograde. 13-year, almost 14-year mission. Once that starts moving, we know we've hit some atmosphere. 19609. I think it's about 70k or 60k. There it is. It went up a meter. It's gone back down again. There you go. So it starts at about 68k. Yeah, I didn't bring it down enough for my liking. Sad thing is, we have a second one from another streamer. Dude! Is he a partnered streamer? El Plagiato. Oh my god. Like, McDonald's is quite aggressive with their legal team about people using that golden arches. To be honest, the streamers are better removing it before either Twitch or McDonald's finds out. If Twitch find out, the best case they'll remove it. The worst case they'll remove it and remove your ability to auto-approve your stuff. If McDonald's finds out, well, it's going to get ugly. Happy Boxing Day, Pachinko. Let's point retrograde. Oh boy, that went a bit quick. $36,000. Is that enough or is that too much? 40k, let's do that. I'm trying to get a good atmospheric braking, but without ripping the ship apart. No, they wouldn't, Boeing. McDonald's would bring a Big Mac of a lawsuit. A triple stack lawsuit, that's what they'd bring. With chips, with fries, sorry. Let's be American. They'd bring a triple stack lawsuit with fries, and they would ask you if you want a drink with that, or if you want to go large. It wouldn't be a happy meal when you'd finish with you now. No, no toy for you. $40k is an aggressive penalty. Yeah, it probably is. The way I see it, this thing is probably going to fall apart anyway. Let's just get him home. He'd like to get home before his kid's 19th birthday. Any more science there? Oh, hello. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get real ugly now. better off flipping him over and just dealing with the fact we're going to lose pieces. Oh, oh. It's getting hot in here. So hot, we've lost all control. Ooh. Bits flying off like there's no tomorrow. Come on, Bill. You got this. He looks happy. Don't worry about it, Bill. You didn't need that. You didn't need that either. Oh, you're not supposed to deploy parachutes, Bill. There's a few pieces have ripped off here. To be honest, might as well ditch those. We're not going to need them anyway. So now he's good. He's got a heat shield. Okay. Not sure what they were, but they've gone. So much for that heat shield. Oh, the heat shield. Wait, is the heat shield... Oh, the heat shield's underneath it all. It's okay, Bill. We got this, mate. That's the science unit. There's the heat shield. Oh my god. This ship needs some redesigning, guys. It does not like atmospheric entry at all. That is an ablative science unit. That's what that is. Now we're going to get Bill home. His family needs him. We made a promise to Bill. It's not like the movie where he makes a promise and doesn't come home. Bill's coming home. Are we bouncing out? Yeah. We are bouncing out, but we'll be back. Don't worry. We'll be back. Just got to go around a little bit more. He just didn't fancy a night landing. He was going to try and go for a daytime landing. That's all it is. Well, that's what I was aiming to do. I was aiming to, like, bounce off it and come back around once or twice. The only thing I wasn't planning on doing is ripping parts of the ship off in the process. Besides, he gets such a good view. He'd be fine. See if we can get a cup of tea. So what are we thinking about the ship then? Heat shields on the fuel tanks? We're not stuck in orbit, we're just atmospheric braking. So we're coming back down on the light side. It's all good. Well, certainly if we're going to land on Juno or we're going to make it back to Kerbal, we're going to need better protection from the atmosphere. That's a given. We're also going to need more Delta V from somewhere. Your science thing fell off. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't have been on there. The science is inside the module. It's all in Bill's head. Bill's going to get a medal for a 13-year mission. He had 13 years to write notes. He ran out of paper. Had to write really small. The amount of doodles he's done in his notebook is unreal. He went to Juno. He almost didn't come back. Although we did prove that the ship is not capable of landing in an atmosphere. Wow, both drogue chutes worked. Both of them? What is this? What sorcery is this? Literally the first time it's done that. Well, something about the ship works anyway. Right, Bill, just get ready for that 9 meter per second landing.
Retard.
If only Watchtower. Brace, brace. Oof. Actually, he landed on grass. He got lucky. He landed on grass. Very, very lucky. Beautiful. Like a glove. Recover vessel. Total distance traveled. 1,950 megameters? Million meters, I presume. That's quite a distance. Okay, let's see what the R&D center says about that. Is it? I thought it was meters. I don't know. Everything's measured in meters usually. We have 1,144 science. Right. What is going to help us to do what we're trying to do here? forget all this aviation. Mark II jets, we can forget all of that. We're not doing the flying. Enhanced coupling possibly would help. Tiny and large docking, not yet. Medium trusses. Heavy landings might be good just for the landing leg. The landing leg and the ladder, they're very useful. As for that, I don't know. Best results, use it in an atmosphere. Possibly. Well, the trouble with fuel tanks and stuff is we've only already got nuclear propulsion, and it's only built for kind of long distance probe type work, I think. Max thrust under vacuum, 75 kilonewtons. It's not a lot. It's extremely efficient in a vacuum, but it's not very powerful. And it does require you to carry hydrogen. I don't believe you can make your own fuel yet. After that, you've got xenon modular launchers. Which gives you the Vector engine and a medium-sized solid fuel booster, which is obviously a monster. I think heavy landings is a must. That's 500 well spent. After that, I don't know. Autonomous sampling is a weird one because it kind of sounds like science, but it's not. The only thing you've got is that grabber arm. That's more for a drone, I think. You send a drone somewhere and then get a sample of soil. So I think this is a must. Heavy landings. Just we've now got the bigger legs and bigger ladder. And a Mark 16 XL chute. The rest, I don't know yet. We've got 644 science. We can afford anything 500 or under. I can't quite afford that, which is annoying. I just noticed, why is there a tag that says no one searches tags? Because, I'll tell you why, Larry, because I was looking through the tags. Well, actually, I wasn't. You can't look through the tags. So I clicked on the tag and I pressed AB and it comes up with, and these are suggested tags, AB, ABB, Aburida, Abu Dhabi, Abgehoben, Abenstream, Abidel, Abend Unterhaltung, Abidl Friendly, Abstinent, Abonnent, ABN, and it just goes on. It just goes on and on and on. There's literally like 10,000 tags in there. So I thought to myself, hang on a minute, nobody searches by tags anyway. Like, nobody does. So that's when I thought, I'm going to put a tag in that says, no one searches tags. And guess what? As I started to type, no one searches tags, it was already in there, so I chose it. Because quite literally, nobody does. Everybody just goes to categories. You know, IRL, hot tub or whatever it is. That's what they do. they literally don't search for a tag, do you? Ever. You search for a game or you search for a category. So, that's why it's there. See? Junalander. Apparently you can search for tags. Who knows? Right, so what if we put... where's thermal? Are these small? Yeah, obviously I just want one. Why would I want one game? Why is that one like that and that one's like that? Look, 3 of them have got a little white piece on it and that one doesn't. Blater, 0.2 tons. The thing is, that's not going to protect anything, is it? Well, I think the engines and landing legs are going to fall off. And I don't really know how we stop that from happening. Like, what can we do to stop this lot from falling off in the atmosphere? Pretty much synchronous. Well, I don't know if they rip off because of atmospheric problems or they rip off because of thermal problems. If you put engines underneath, you then have to have extended legs, but, you know, we can have extended legs now, I guess. I really like those engines, though, because they're really efficient. They're very good in an atmosphere and in a vacuum, which makes them perfect for landing on Juno. Heat shield on the main tank. Yeah. It's a lot of weight, isn't it? Later. I think 0.2 tons would be enough. .1 tons on that one. This annoying thing is this thing's just going to rip itself apart. Even a heat shield here is probably not going to protect them. You put engines inside of a housing? Not really. It's not 5 tons of heat shield. I've dropped it to 0.24 and that one's on 0.1. So that's 0.4 plus 0.24 is 0.64 tons. Where are you getting 5 from? KSP1 is an inflatable heat. Is that a mod? Well, I don't have it unlocked if there is one. The size of that? How the heck? There's no way that ladder's fitting on here. Truss, tube. There's proper sized legs now. Look at this. Proper landing legs. Are you going to have enough thrust to get off the surface of Juno? No. That's the other problem we need to solve. So, the real elephant in the room is that to get back from Juno, let's assume we do it perfectly. So to go into an orbit at to go into a 60k orbit is 360 Delta V, 1450 for a landing, assuming you're perfect. Let's round up and call that 2,000. That's 2,000 Delta V in. You're probably looking at least the same to come out. And then somehow, you need another few hundred just to get back. Plus to then you've got to get yourself into an orbit that you can land. It's like insane amounts of Delta V. So where does that Delta V come from? Heavy landing gives you inflatable heat shield. Don't know if it applies to KSP2. I doubt it. No. That's all we got in the heat. Landing legs, those big legs weigh quite a bit. 0.1 tons. So 4 of them is 0.4 tons. Plus the 0.6. We've just added a ton to that upper stage with legs and heat shields. Can't you build it in 2 sections, make a larger rocket in orbit of Kerbal, you mean? Well, I don't know. The only other alternative is to have this able to dock back again with something. God knows what. Slammed it down on the table. Do you think that ablator is going to protect... Do you think these ablators are going to protect all these components? Like, does it deflect? Rather than just let that thing rip it apart? Or will the air just rip that off anyway? Build a Juno lander in orbit. That way you don't need to worry about Delta V to escape Kerbal. How do we build it in orbit? Deflects the heat. Okay. Well, we probably want to move it up slightly because it's not going to get any assist from that, is it? Will they still work if we glitch them down there? It's a bit cheesy. Sending a refuel ship after it before doing the landing bit. It's a lot of work, and you've got to put docking ports on these things. Flexible heat shield is in the game, however, it's a level 4 with a cost of 5,000 signs. Oh my god. That is crazy. How heavy are these engines? If you need the ship to dock and refuel, you basically have to redesign the whole thing. Yeah. It's a ton of work, that. was I using them? What were they? FLT 800. Four and a half tons. So they've got 4 tons of methane and oxidizer. One of them has got a lot more. Wait, why is that sticking out now? The heck? Why is that putting a weird ring there? Is that because I did it as 2? There we go. Yeah, I've got struts. Why? We actually have a new parachute as well, so maybe we can get away with. How are you supposed to put 4 of them down without it looking stupid? Do you reckon that'll have enough Delta V? You shift for smaller increments. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Oh, that looks amazing. And you can put some parachutes on top. Is that the new one? No, it's the Mark 25. That's the new one. The Mark 16. XL. Designed to fit in the nose of capsule crash burst results. That's the one, isn't it? That's the one right there. There's your landing legs. Whole game, please. I did not want that. Now, what are we using for thrust? That's the question. Okay, 4 engines. 4 nice landing legs. Really game. It's not quite the angle I want it. That's the one I want at the back. There you go. So that's going to be the Juno Lander 2. Technically speaking, we don't need legs if we've got these pods with us. It depends if we're landing with or without the pods, doesn't it? So the question is, do we fuel feed the fuel from the outside to the inside or not? Because if we're ditching these things before we land, and that's where it gets rather hard to decide, really. So on a Juno atmosphere, according to this, there's 1,000 delta V there. Which seems like utter nonsense to me. How can there only be 1,000 delta V there? Is it because these tanks are not attached to this? That can't be right, can it? In theory, we could land with all the tanks. If we got rid of them before we took off, we'd have a lot less weight for the return journey. So the ideal case, I think, is you return back with just the center column and you don't have these. But I don't buy 1,000 delta V. That seems a bit low for the amount of fuel that's there. Oh, God. I did not want to do that. Look at all these stages it's created. What on earth is this? Why does it even do that? Okay, SRBs, main engine. Thrust to weight of 0.85. But we're missing some SRBs. 1.19. That's a bit low. That's going to be... Then we ditch the outers. Then we ditch the inners. Then we ditch those. Then we ditch the main column, fire up the 4 engines. Then we ditch the outer tanks, etc., etc. However, we've got a fuel line there. So the question is, do we want the fuel lines on this? And I think the answer is probably yes. Is it going to allow me to do 4? Okay, so they should feed the inner tank. Don't think this is going to get off the ground, considering it's only 1.19. Total delta V, 8,200. We need 8,250, and that's on a good day. So we need to conjure up delta V from somewhere. And the best way to get more delta V... the biggest solid fuel boosters we have are those, aren't they? 24 tons. Shed weight on more thrust, indeed. Don't know why that one removed. Oh no, it did remove all of them. So what we want to do is grab hold of that. All the rockets are mine. Right. Let's move that one up slightly. Nothing that can't be handled with more power. Right, let's have a look at what it's done to my staging. Put them in there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, 12 SRBs, 4 engines. Where's the main engine? Where's the main engine? Where have you gone? Is that right? Should be 5 engines. Where's this? Oh, there he is. Kerbal atmosphere 1.35. They're 100%. They're 100%. Jeez, man. We'll need to see if we need to throttle. If we can throttle down the SRBs somewhat, that would be great. Right, I'd say what we are missing, I think. Probably need some more aerodynamic fins going on. Is there any on this? There's no aerodynamics up here. I think we used to have little ones on here, didn't we? Wingspan. When you say support, so you're talking about... A launching thing, or are you talking about struts? I mean, we could put launch clamps in there if you think it'll help. Launch clamps, 12 releases on the SRBs. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. Alright. Should we see what happens? Did we fix all the issues? Do you think? Do we have any other problems that I've not fixed? Parachute issues, electric issues, anything like that? What do you reckon? This is not really onion staging, really. It kind of is, but... Ladder, I don't think we can do much about the ladder. Okay, we've got ourselves a bug launch, as they call it. Let me initialize the physics crazily. Physics initialized properly. Right, I'm going to F5. Watch this. Lights don't work. I'm going to hold F9. Lights work. Right, here we go. I can feel it struggling. I think we need more SRBs. We've not even cleared 1,000 meters yet. We're 2/3 of the way through the SRB. FPS is currently 15 puppies. 15 FPS. Physics is being calculated. I mean, it is like a giant hotel taken off. $10,000 meters at Apo. We need more than that. Okay, now we've got the first bit to worry about, Bill. We're about to release a whole load of SRPs. Oh my god! Thread the needle. There they go. $29,000 Apo. I wish I could see what these tanks are doing. Okay, we're not catching the Apo, but we're not losing it. Oh, we are slowly losing it. Do you know, considering what we just did, that's not too bad. All those SRBs, that was hilarious. Oh, we're catching the Apo. Come on, Bill, you got this. I may have turned a little bit too early. That's the fuel transfer going on. That happened last time. When it gets light, it seems like the fuel transfer really makes it unsettled. Once the fuel runs out in these tanks, you watch, it'll settle down all of a sudden. $53,000 Apo. That's not high enough. Not by a long way. And settled. Apo is coming up. Come on. Yeah, we're just passing it now. Not good. Maybe, Ether, maybe. We're now behind the Apo, which is not good. The Apo is going up, which is good. I think it's by the time we've got into a circular orbit, there'll be no fuel left. I don't think the mainsail engine is particularly good in a vacuum either. weirdest orbit. We got 500,000 meter Apo. Look at it. It's ridiculous. $42,000. Is that enough? Do you reckon we can get away with going round? I don't know. We're getting dragged down slowly. Oh boy. Oh, I'm seeing puffs of smoke. That's never a good sign. That's not a good sign. We're losing wings. Dang it. It almost worked, guys. It almost worked. It was very, very close to working. It could just be that I turned a little bit too early. Could have been a piloting problem. If I'm going into space, I want my lights working. Lights working. Now we can go to space. It's pretty dark in space, you know. I did not asparagus this. I onioned it. $14 entire complete FPS. 1-4. 16 FPS now. We're going up. In that case, I'll throttle back a bit, Emma Hoffman. I didn't notice that. Throttle back for max Q. No, that was my bad. That was my bad. So I was so focused on trying to stay under 300 that I was basically slightly turning as I let the solid fuel boosters go, so they just caught things on the way down. That was entirely my fault. Lights check. You need to be going in a dead straight line when you let go of those SRBs. If you're turning in any way, as I was, they'll collide. What a beauty. We're basically just using a lot of fuel to lift a lot of fuel. Go. I'm watching the SRBs this time. I'm now going to go max power and then straight line and release. And now we carry on our turn a little bit. $21,000 to $22,000 AP. Don't know if it works like that, Renegade. Unfortunately, it's starting to slip a little bit. But I'd rather do that than lose that Apo this time. See if we can get it back on the 90-degree line. We've got a 40,000 AP. At the moment, this is holding at 40 seconds, just about. I think the thrust to weight ratio is just not quite enough. But I do think this time we've got a lot further with the extra 4 engines. Yeah, okay, so basically sorted it myself. I got up early, went to Screwfix, bought some parts, took the pipe apart, replaced the joint, put it back. And now I've got a dehumidifier behind the washing machine just drying the wall off. Oh, that Apo is just not good enough again. It's just not quite got the oomph. The alternative is to swap 2 engines out for 2 main cells and give it more. It will burn through more fuel, but I think it'll help. We've got the same issue again. I think 5 main cells would be too heavy, possibly. Also, I need to look at the stats on the engines. Because at this point, you're in a vacuum. And I don't think this engine's very efficient in a vacuum. So now we're on the Apo. Not good. Not good. Split it into another stage of more vacuum engines, quite possibly. I think I tried that. I think, do you remember I sort of split it off and put another vacuum engine in here? What's the apo? Sorry, Cowley. So down here you've got your apoapsis as it's called, and the periapsis. That's basically the highest point and lowest point. So in any orbit you have a high point and a low point. That's called the apoapsis or apogee, and then the periapsis or perigee. So your apo is like the highest point here. So our highest point right now is 55,000 meters, but because it says T minus 59, we've gone past it. So we're now basically heading back down towards Kerbin. And the worst part is our periapsis, which is our lowest point. You can see it coming up, but it's not yet above zero, which basically means we're flying back around and crashing into... it's this thing here. Once that reaches zero, you'll see it start to come out. Yeah, it's done. It's burger bun. It's burger bun. This is the problem with being so low, is you get caught in the atmosphere. And this is where bits start flying off. You said it's on minus 9,000 now. Minus 7. So there it goes. Once it reaches zero, you'll see it pop off the surface. And it'll start going around that way. There it goes. See? So that's your orbit. That's your apoapsis there. That's the high point. Your periapsis is this point. But this is so low that we're still in the atmosphere. So we can't really maintain the orbit. We need to be out of the atmosphere. Oh, it's a lovely orbit. Tremendous orbit. That is being caused by not enough thrust to weight ratio. If we have a quick look at the engines. So the mainsail is actually pretty good in a vacuum, surprisingly. What's that? Is that the skipper? The skipper is even better, but they're still pretty good engines. So one option is to replace a couple of these. Game. Okay. Mainsail. You get 2 of them. 5 mainsails. I don't think 5 mainsails is going to work properly. With 5 mainsails, you're probably better having these as metal locks and just feeding them in. Four mainsails there. Drag them into here. You end up with a 2.93 thrust to weight ratio, but no, it's adjusted itself. Kerbal in a vacuum, Kerbal in atmosphere. 1.76, so you don't really gain a lot. You separate. Because the mainsails weigh a lot more. But you'll see it'll take off. It'll burn through that fuel a lot quicker. Large rocketry is hidden behind... well, there's more tiers to the science, and I need a lot more science to get it. I think the sweet spot with this might be 2 mainsails and 2 skippers. Yeah, look at that fuel. We'll be ditching those tanks a lot quicker. I'm going to throttle down a bit. The problem is, under 10,000 meters, we're basically fighting the air, so we don't want to go too quick. So we'll save fuel and just let the SRBs do the heavy work. Okay, gonna go in a straight line now. It's like we're 1 minute away from the Apo this time, instead of like 39 seconds. And if you look, the Apo's getting further away. Because our thrust to weight ratio is just a lot better. Let's give it thrust to weight 1.5. It's a lot of fuel. Yes, I was kind of doing that manually by throttling back, but yeah, I could just change the thrust maximum. But yeah, we got it up this time. So Cowley, if you now look, just to explain what I was saying before, there's that apoapsis, right, which is at a nice healthy 94k, well out of the atmosphere, but our periapsis is still very much too low. So what you need to carry on doing is effectively boosting the power to bring up orbital speed. We've got to go faster now to escape. What that will do is bring up that periapsis so that it is beyond the other side of Kerbal. But we need to do it a bit later. It's too soon to do it now. Still 1 minute 19 away from the peak. Well, if you look at the fuel, we're more or less going to be left with the upper section, which I don't think there'll be enough Delta V on that upper section to do the whole mission. Another option is to basically put a docking port on this. And then we just go and rendezvous with the fuel tank, which is out here. That it there. Oh, that's the probe. Where is it? Should be here. There it is. That's got a lot of fuel. So as we boost, we just push this back now. this is nearly done. Who's been sub for the longest? Thyrox. So we can let go of those outer tanks. We're now left with a lot less weight. So we're just building up orbital speed now to try and go quickly enough so we don't fall back. That's what we're trying to do. Well, they'll just fall back down and detonate. Thyrox, oh, I don't know. 125, something like that. You have enough thrust to carry more fuel. Oh yeah. But at which stage do we put the fuel? That's the question. Windless Source, thank you for 5 months. Bit late, but Merry Christmas. It's going to be a terrible orbit, but it doesn't matter. I still think there's more tweaks to this thing. We was behind the apogee and then we got in front of it again. Annoyingly. Now, this rocket is still under development. Things go wrong when they're under development. Yeah, this rocket's done. It's toast. Can't even hold its own weight up there. Bits flying off. What's hilarious about that is this engine cannot stop this whole thing from falling back to the ground. Look, we're just losing altitude. Oh, this one can. The thrust to weight on this one is increasing altitude. Boom! Pieces are flying off. Not good. Not good. Right, on that bombshell. I should be back tomorrow. I think I'm back tomorrow, aren't I? I'm sure I'm back tomorrow. Yeah. Yep, back tomorrow, 11 AM. Delete that, that's not happening. Cool. thank you for watching, guys. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 AM. Nah, George, just because I just flew it wrong, mate. I should have carried on burning when I didn't. I got behind my apogee. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for all your support. Much more thanks to the peeps who gifted a lot of subs today. Thank you for your support, as ever. Thanks to the mods. Please send them some love as well. And I shall be back tomorrow at 11 AM. November Papa, Merry Christmas. Thank you for 105 months. That's it for me. See you tomorrow, guys. Love you all. Good night.